Boston starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, news surrounding the Seattle Kraken. Apparently, according to Elliot Friedman, the Seattle Kraken have fired head coach Dan Bylsma after one season. Again, according to Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman, they reportedly will begin a search immediately. Bylsma replaced Dave Haxtell as Seattle's head coach on May 28th of 2024, led the Kraken to a 35-41-6 record as they finished 7th in the Pacific Division.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Monday to everybody. I hope everybody had a great weekend. It's beautiful outside right now. It was raining this morning, but it's sunny right now. And again, as it always is, it's even better when the Mariners win. And they take yet another series, 4 series in a row. So we got a lot to discuss. We'll talk about it throughout the show today. Paul Moyer will join us at 2:30. I know he'll be very excited. Him and the Abandoned Boys will be very, very excited about what's going on with the Mariners. Rowland-Smith will join us at 3 p.m. as he does each and every week. El Hombre Michael Bradley at 4:30 today and Jon Morosi at 5 p.m. today because we're going to be preempted by early Mariner games the next couple of days. So they're going to join us a day early, and you guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Nothing but love coming out of the weekend, right?
Loved it. That was as bad as the weather was, at least yesterday. Wait, which day? It was pretty nice Saturday, right? You just
I can't remember, man. I was
outside.
I was laying on the couch.
I just remember.
Weekend.
That's right.
Yesterday was not good weather.
My wife has the same thing as you.
I think you're patient zero.
You think so? Huh?
Yeah.
I'd like to think it was somebody out at Edgar's Cantina.
It probably was. I mean, you had it forever, and I never caught it. You had this whatever the hell is going around for like 2 months.
Hacking up.
And I never caught it. And then after Edgar's last Friday, it hit me that night, and I haven't been the same since.
Yeah.
So it's slowly getting better, but yeah, it was no good, man. This is no bueno. But and now your wife has it, and there seems to be one common denominator here. I'm not going to say any names. I'm just going to point. And for those of you who can't see, I'm pointing at Dave.
I'm trying to remember did I miss work? I know you didn't.
No.
You just went with the sexy voice.
That's right. Yeah. Some guys play her, Dave.
Bob Stelton.
Yeah.
I had to talk really slow.
That's right.
No,
really.
I was really excited. At one point, I was giddy, and I sent a video to you guys of Rowdy Tellez knocking out the base runner
with his back,
with his butt.
Yeah, that was quite a series, man. That was great. 4 series wins in a row, and to me, what was amazing about this is the offense. First of all, they put up 19 runs in 3 games.
Yeah.
So your offense came to life, and we'll talk about the stars of that. Obviously, Dylan Moore had a huge series. He's the AL Player of the Week. Cal Raleigh, being Cal Raleigh in Toronto, just torturing them. Randy Arozarena, maybe the most clutch hitter on this team right now. Every one of his hits seems to come at a moment when they need it, to bring them from behind, win the game, a walk-off walk. He's just been so clutch for this team very early in the season. I would argue that the most clutch group out of the entire series was the bullpen. The bullpen had to cover 12 and a third innings because you had short starts by Logan Gilbert, who couldn't get out of the 5th. He goes 4 2/3, which was a weird start because he was dominant. Gave up 2 runs, struck out, 9? But his pitch count just went through the roof. He goes 4 2/3. And then you had Luis Castillo going 5. So you had 2 short starts out of your 3 starts. Brian Wu went 7. That's the one game they lost.
Yeah.
You had one game go 12 innings. So your bullpen had to cover 12 and a third innings. So combined 12 and a third innings, they gave up 6 hits, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks, 1 earned run. 1 earned run in that building against that team. They gave up 2 total runs, 1 earned in 12 and a third. Your bullpen was outstanding.
Yeah, and I remember coming out of the Reds series that there was some talk like our bullpen's going to be taxed coming up here, and we're going to have some starters go long, and
only one did.
Yeah. So they're huge. I was just looking up some of their numbers, and you look at their ERA is. I mean, there's lots of stats that are not great, like they're 27th as far as giving up hits, and it all depends obviously on innings pitched. But if you look at the collective ERA, they're ranked number 6 in ERA and number 2 in innings pitched, 90 innings. So yeah, you see all of these other numbers. Average is not great. They're number 10 as far as walks go, but like strikeouts, they're 24th. I mean, they're not, but they're just scrappy and they're just available. And 90 innings. I mean, that's second most in Major League Baseball. So yeah, the bullpen, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
huge,
they were
huge
a lot of
weekend.
stars. Cal,
Yeah.
Dylan, Rosarena, Rowdy Tellez, certainly. But to me, what the bullpen was asked to do and what they did, that's why you won the series. Yeah, the offense produced. They did 19 runs. For this offense, that's huge. But what your bullpen was asked to do, and 2 short starts from your starters, and then a 12-inning game, and to go give up 1 earned run and 2 total runs and 12 and a third innings of work on the road, amazing. Wow. They deserve all of the credit. M's are now in second place, game behind the Rangers. They're the only team in the division now with a plus run differential. Everybody else has got it. They're plus 5. And, again, putting up 19 runs in 3 games. And, the bullpen just – I couldn't give them more praise with what they were asked to do. And Munoz gets them out of a jam. And on Saturday's game, end of the 11th inning, just doing what he has yet to give up a run this season. And he was spectacular.
Winning run out at third, Clement. Here's the stretch of the pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball right side. More to his right, the backhand it. He's got it, throws to first in time. And, folks, we are going to the 12th. Andres Munoz with an outstanding job. Works out of a jam.
He's been so good.
Oh, my
He's
God.
been so good this season. And, yeah, he's not – he'll walk. He'll give up a hit here or there. He'll, gets himself out of – has yet to give up a run.
Incredible. Yeah, and, he's starting to get lots of national attention. He was on MLB Central the other day. They were interviewing him. And the other thing is he's just always smiley, but, man, is he intimidating on the mound. You see, like, how far he comes down. He's just a big, powerful dude. And, he's starting to get that recognition. And, and he's pitched 11 innings. And he's got 14 strikeouts, and the opponent hitting average is 143 for him. He's just been nails. Incredible.
Yeah, and an ERA of 0.
Wow.
It's just so all in all, look, it's not just the bullpen, but that's really what stood out to me is the offense is great. And we'll talk about all the individual guys that chipped in there. But, if not for that bullpen, who knows? Maybe you're swept. Maybe who knows how that series, because they were asked to do a lot with Logan not able to get out of the 5th, Luis only going 5. That was a big ask. Yeah. That was a big ask. And then after the game on Saturday, Dan Wilson showering them with praise as he should.
The bullpen, we've talked a lot about that. We were a little thin, again today, but these guys, they step up and guys that aren't normally in that high of a leverage have come out and done the job. And when you look at what Amina did, Vargy giving us 2 innings, Bizzardo with another inning, Mooney, coming in and slamming the door. I mean, there's just and then Casey Lawrence, you can't overlook that. That's a great story too, and him being able to pitch that, bottom of the 12th. Just all the guys, you got to hand it to them through strikes. And made some really good pitches when they had to, which is what it's all about.
Vargy.
They haven't come
Vargy
up with
and Mooney.
They haven't come up with him for Bizzardo.
Yeah.
No Bizzardi. No Zardi. No. I love that Vargy. So great. But I mean, it's just they were outstanding, and you got to give them credit. There have been moments where they haven't been, but that series. Unbelievable what they were asked to do, coming in thin and getting the job done the way they did.
Yeah, I think Bizzardo, has more innings pitched. I think he's 12 and a third as far as the bullpen goes. But Yeah, a really pretty. Oh, actually, it's Vargas. It's Vargy, not Bizzardo. But yeah, those two guys have come in and pitched a couple three sometimes innings, and so the one guy, and I know we're probably going to get to this, but gotta shout him out, is Gabe Spire, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's just been incredible. His opponent average is 133. He's got 11 strikeouts. He's pitched 9 innings. So yeah, they've taxed those guys and they've come through. And even you look at, like he mentioned, Legumina, and then
Lawrence.
You look at Trent Thornton. I mean, he hasn't done anything that's huge, but he's thrown some really good pitches. And
well, he got out of a tough situation. God, what game was that? Was that against the Reds? I can't remember. He was out there in a tough situation.
Against the Reds.
I think the bases were loaded, and he pitched out of it. He got thrown in there, and just coming up with clutch moments, and it's so huge to what they've been able to do. I mean, you're a winning team. You're in second place. You're a game out. You've won 4 series in a row. We're all waiting for the offense, and they showed up in this series. Although somebody's texting in going, 18 strikeouts. Talk about that. Okay. What do you want to say? They won the game.
Yeah.
I don't love the strikeouts, but we're talking about the good here. We're talking about, taking 2 of 3. You've won 4 series in a row, and you want to focus on what they did wrong in this game.
Well, I mean, look, the strikeouts, we've talked about it. And in Major League Baseball, I mean, you look at guys like Teoscar Hernandez and as long as you're getting the slug and you're getting the OPS.
Get the production.
That's what they're getting. So, I mean, yeah, I'd like to sit there and rail about strikeouts, but right now, I mean, it seems like it's for the first time for them where they've had an extended period of time where they've just been scoring runs. And getting hits. And so, yeah, there's lots of strikeouts right now, but that was what it was like during was it San Francisco in that series where they had like 30 strikeouts or something like that, and they got swept in that one. But now all of a sudden the bats are starting to come alive. And then the other thing about, like Trent Thornton, I think that was the Reds game you were talking about in that series anyway. I can't remember if it was second or third, but he comes out there and gets him out of a jam. And then, I thought, why aren't they sending him back out there? But whatever they're doing as far as managing the bullpen, it just indicates, and I've heard on Top Step with our guy Ryan Rowland-Smith, he was talking to a couple of the relievers, and one of them was Trent Thornton. I think the other one was Spire, but they were talking about how they're managed and the coach, and how he encourages them to do the best that they possibly can, and just the way that they're using them. They've done such a good job with that, just in general. So yeah, I mean it's not something that you sit around and talk about all the time. It's kind of like we always compare it to offensive line. You will only notice the bullpen when they screw up. But, man, this is a great opportunity right now to give those guys some praise, man, because that was even coming out of the Red Series, they were pretty taxed.
Yeah, this was a huge series for the bullpen. They were fantastic, and they don't win those games without them. And the offense, look, they came to life. And Dylan Moore, huge week. He's the AL Player of the Week. Rowdy Tellez, great to see, because I was starting to wonder what was, is this guy going to give you something out there? I also have to give him credit for his defense. He's had some nice picks at first. He's not a ton of range left to right. He's not going to be that guy. But there have been some short hops to him in crucial moments, and he's come up with a pick, and he's done it on more than a few plays. And he even made mention of it in a post-game interview where I can't remember how he phrased it, something along the lines of, like, I think the stats say, or people say, I'm not a very good defender or a very good defensive player, and I want to prove I can play defense. And I would say he has so far.
Yeah.
He's done a nice job there.
He really has. Call him the dancing bear, man. He's just got great feet, great footwork, and you remember the one, and now because of his height, I mean, it was definitely an advantage there. But the shovel pass from Cal, with a little blooper down the first base line, and you close your eyes and you can see Rowdy Tellez making plays defensively. So, but yeah, I mean, you're right. His range, but I mean, I would say this: I think it's better than Donnie Barrels. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see though? I saw you guys a video. It kind of looked like Adam Ray sliding into home plate when he did his thing during spring training. But yeah, Solano, they were like, oh, he dove to his left. I'm like, well, it looked like he fell.
Looked like
his
he
left.
kind of just tipped over.
And God bless him. But I mean, I think Tellez has done a really good job over there, just defensively. I mean, you see him make picks all the time, and whatever kind of play he has to make. Sometimes he knocks a base runner out.
Yeah, not even looking. You don't even have to look. It was beautiful.
But my gosh, I mean, you look at the last 8 games. First of all, they're 7-1 in those games, but he's got 4 home runs. He's got a double, and his OPS is well over 1,000.
Yeah, and then he steps into the box with the bases loaded in the 12th and does this.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. Blasted right field. This is absolutely hammered. Long gone. Off the facing of the second deck. Grand slam, Rowdy. And the Mariners blow it open. It's 8-3 here in Toronto. Rowdy Tellez liftoff. Destroyed it.
Wow. A little extra out of Gary. You don't normally hear that.
I like it.
Home run in each game. He was spectacular. And then Cal Raleigh just adding to his beautiful season so far. This is on Sunday.
Lucas will look back. Now the pitch to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball. Deep to left field, down the line, and goodbye baseball. Into the second level. And out of the second level. Back onto the field. Holy smokes, Cal Raleigh with his 9th home run of the season continues to punish the pitching of the Toronto Blue Jays, especially here at Rogers Center. A 2-run shot, and very quickly it's now the Mariners 3 and the Blue Jays nothing, and the Mariners send 3 men to the plate, and all 3 have scored.
I don't care what you do in that building. How can anybody hate Cal Raleigh?
I don't know. Ask Jose Barrios.
I know, what a punk. I
thought you would come in with a shirt with his face on it, with a circle and a red line through it. I thought you'd be just starting the anti-Barrios campaign.
Yeah.
Barrios, as Morosi likes to say. But,
yeah, we're going to have to change the Morosi Open then, because that name is now verboten, and it's in the Open.
Yeah, I thought Dave was going to come in a house of fire. Like, how dare you? How dare you?
If you really love Cal Raleigh, Dave, you would have.
Well, look, Cal was like, huh? What? I mean, okay, you want to fight? Sure.
I think he was trying to go, what are you talking about? Like how could he be? He could have been tipping his pitches, perhaps. I don't know, or maybe he was given location, because you got pitch comm. It's not like he's reading the catcher's hand signals. Like,
right.
Oh, he's dropping down 2. Okay, here comes the curve. 0-1. Here comes the fastball. Maybe he was given location, watch where the catcher was setting up, or maybe he saw the grip on. I was
going to say that would. My first thought was that he could see the grip on the baseball. Maybe
I have no idea.
To me, I'm sorry, that's on Barrios.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you have to do a better job. Who was it we talked to one time that they were going on and on about how they've done a better job of hiding the baseball? I can't remember, but yeah, I mean that's something. Especially somebody's on second. There was supposedly we were talking about it before the show started that Cal like swung his arm when it was a fastball, and off speed was he was still supposedly. I was looking at it and I'm like, I don't even know you could see that. If he was barely moving his arm.
But yeah, maybe he was. But that's one of those accepted levels of gamesmanship in baseball. And if a pitcher if they're tipping their pitches in one way or another, whether it's where they position their glove, whether they're keeping the glove open, you can see the grip, whatever. Yeah, that's on you.
It is totally, and it's not like they're banging a garbage can or using a video, feedback or replay or whatever. I mean, yeah.
And by the way, I think it was Tellez at the plate, and he had some bad swings, so it didn't help.
Yeah.
So I don't, Barrios, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know where that came from or what he thought was going on, or I have no idea. But I like that Cal came up in the next AB and laced that shot down the line on him.
Yeah.
Which was just delightful. But yeah, just a weird moment. Just like pitch comm kind of eliminated most of that. So I wasn't entirely sure, like, wait, what the hell happened there? Because you see Cal was confused too. Like the inning ended, he came along, he was jogging around third and getting ready to go back and put his gear on, and then Barrios said something to him, and you see him going, like, what? What are you talking about? And
then everybody came out. Like the bullpen, everyone. So
you don't want to mess with the bullpen.
Yeah. Well, they've been really good, Bob.
You don't want to mess with them when they come trotting out like that. There's trouble.
Well, I'll tell you real quick. Last 15 games for Cal, 8 home runs, 13 RBIs, well over 1,000 OPS. He's killing it.
He's been amazing. Hey, if you missed any of our show or you just want to go watch things again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms, X, Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, whatever you got, we're there. You can find segments like our conversations with Mariner players and, of course, Seahawks GM John Schneider. All of that is there for you. All right, let's take two.
We talked about it. Dylan Moore has been named the AL Player of the Week, where he hit .385 over his past 6 games, 3 home runs, 5 RBI, and 3 stolen bases. And here's some interesting news. MLB.com's Daniel Kramer reports that George Kirby is expected to throw a live BP this week at T-Mobile Park.
Well, that's exciting.
Can't wait to see him back in the rotation.
But more exciting is Demo just going on a tear. 250 against righties.
That's your second child. Your second favorite child on the team.
Yeah, I love it, man. He's doing a great job, and he's just amazing. He's got such power. But 5 home runs, 7 RBIs this year. Got 5 stolen bases as well.
Huge week.
Has he been caught stealing? I'm trying to
Yes.
remember. Yeah.
Yesterday, actually.
Yeah, but
He got caught in the game where the first game where they ran themselves. They had like 4 outs on the base. It was terrible.
yeah, 316 average. So he's getting it done from both sides of the plate too.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dylan Moore still. Dylan Moore got caught yesterday. That was me not paying attention to you, Dave. Sorry.
Well, I just assume that that's the case all the time.
Yeah, that's all the time. I just wait till I hear noise stop, and then I go on. The Kraken have now officially announced that they've fired head coach Dan Bylsma. It was getting out there with some ESPN and Athletic reporters, but the Kraken have confirmed that, so he's done after just 1 season. This part not confirmed yet, but the Athletic is reporting that Ron Francis has been promoted to team president, while assistant GM Jason Botterill is the new GM.
How does he get promoted when things are going awry and you're going to have your 3rd coach in 5 seasons and they say, hey, you know what? You've done such a bang-up job. Let's give you more authority. How does that work?
It's everyone else's fault, Bob.
Wow.
They're all looking for the guy to blame here.
How do you get rid of a coach after 1 year? I mean, I guess we saw it with the Seahawks, but it was it was a coordinator in Ryan Grubb. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, they must have had some big disagreements behind the scenes.
It seems like if Ron Francis now is getting this power, that Bylsma might not have been his preferred choice, and then he had the reason to say, well, look, this is not the direction I want to go in, so I'm going to make the call again. Hackstall was a more defensive-minded coach, and Francis directly hired him to start the franchise. So, yeah, we'll see who they go with, but it is dysfunction over there, to say the least.
By the way, I was just looking at Dylan Moore's numbers. He's got 5 stolen bases. He's been caught 4 times.
Jeez. I don't remember that.
Well, I remember
weird?
yesterday, and I remember the first game because there were literally 3 or 4 outs on the base paths. It was a really frustrating day, and he was one of them. So there you go. All right, but a huge week for him nonetheless. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. How about hearing from a man of wisdom on a Monday? He's a man of experience, Dave. Paul Moyer is going to join us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. One of my favorite customers I've ever had. He came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best April golf deal with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
Hey, it's Cliff Averill, inviting you to join me at Muckleshoot Casino Resort April 24th for the ultimate draft day viewing party. Yeah, we're teaming up with Seattle Sports to bring you all the excitement on draft night live. You'll get expert insight, exclusive prizes, and a chance to hang out with me and my boy Lofa Tatupu for a special Q&A. Whether you're a diehard Seahawks fan or just love some football, this is the place to be. So don't miss out. Join us for the big night at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Let's talk football, win some prizes, and enjoy the draft together.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats starting at $10 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the expanded Mariners Value menu. Available every game and featuring 14 items, all under $5. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos, new treats like Pocky Sticks and Little Bites mini muffins, and more. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
The Jon Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
This is the moment many wait for.
The most entertaining.
A man of wisdom, a man of experience, Dave.
The most informative.
To bring light to a dark subject. To bring positivity to a negative world.
The incredible Paul Moyer.
Moyer out.
For some reason, Dave walked out of the studio. He didn't want to hear that open, I guess. Oh, welcome back, Dave. You missed the open. You didn't have to hear me singing the praises of our next guest.
That was done on purpose.
Yeah. He's
not really,
He's
Paul.
a man of experience, Dave. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Our buddy Paul Moyer is with us. How are you, man?
Fantastic. And Dave already knows the opening by heart anyway. So
that's why he left. He's like, ugh, I'm not listening to this again. Ugh.
No, every word is true.
Last month. Yes. Well,
by the way, I just have to, while I remember this, a couple texters, we were trying to figure out where Thornton got put into the game. It was in the Red Series, bases loaded, 2 outs. Ellie De La Cruz is who he was facing, struck him out.
That's right.
So, yeah.
How about that, Paul?
That was big. That was big. So, anyway, Paul, we were praising and raving about the Mariners, 4 series wins in a row, take 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays, and I was saying, amongst all the other stars, I mean, Cal was a star, Dylan Moore is the AL Player of the Week, Randy Arozarena is maybe the most clutch hitter on this team so far this year, Rowdy Tellez. To me, the star of the series was the bullpen. They got asked to cover 12 1/3 innings because of the short starts by Logan Gilbert and Luis Castillo. Extra innings going to 12 innings. They covered 12 1/3. They gave up 1 earned run, 2 total runs, 1 earned run in that. They were massive.
yeah, I mean, that extra inning one, to shut them out, how hard that is, starting with nobody out, with the runner on second, nobody out. I mean, that's clutch. And, every inning I go, man, we're finally going to win this thing. And I said, we got no chance because our bullpen hasn't been dominant. I mean, you look at our pitching, which is actually surprising. I mean, we're 14th in runs given up this year, and we're 12th in runs scored. So, I guess those are all good signs. And, if we get Brash and Kirby back here soon, and get the pitch and just a little more consistent, this has a chance to be what we all hoped it would be. And I would say this too, Rowdy, who had, somebody tweeted out, I kid you not, somebody tweeted, we got to let him go. It was in 35 minutes later, he hits like grand slam. And then the next day we get another home run from him. And if you look at the last 7 games, he now has 3 home runs. He's batting .266 during that time. His defense has been really phenomenal. I mean, some of the digs that he's done. So, and he's one of those guys like Garvey, just a good guy. You're just pulling for him. They're so humble. And hopefully that continues to move in a positive direction.
Yeah, he's done a good job defensively. It's funny, Paul, I went back 8 games, and average goes down, but 4 home runs, 10 RBIs, OPS over 1,000. But like his defense, we were talking, I don't know that he's the fastest guy in the world or has great range or anything, but he seems like he's done a great job over there, picking some of the throws and, making some of the plays that he's making defensively. Kind of surprising for a big guy like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big reason why they were so patient with him because, there's one point where you're going, man, this is not good. I mean, he's got 1 or 2 hits. He's batting about 70 at the time, maybe below that. But his defense has been good from the get-go. And he is kind of rangy for a big guy. He's certainly not quick or fast, but I think his anticipation, how he steps when they make the throw, he's always seems to be in the right position. And the one thing we know, Dave, he will knock you out if you try to run into him. I mean, that was impressive in itself. I said, you got to give him an extra 20 games just for that hit.
I know. I love that so much. That was just, and he didn't even seem to notice it. No, it was just kind of
like a fly hitting a wall, man.
Yeah.
He didn't even notice that fly getting smacked.
Well, they asked him about it after the game. And said something. He said as much. They said, "Did you feel that?" He goes, "Yeah, not really." He goes, "I'm a lot bigger than that guy."
Yeah.
So I mean, he's good to see. I guess if you want to look at the downside, Logan Gilbert hasn't been as efficient. It was a weird start for him because I think he gave up 2 runs in that game and struck out 9. But the pitch count just got out of control, and it happened in the start before that. And same with Luis Castillo. They both threw 102 pitches in their starts, and Luis got an inning or a third of an inning more. He goes 5, Logan goes 4 2/3. As great as the bullpen was in this series, you can't continue to do that. So, how you rectify that, I don't know, but they've got to figure out a way to be more efficient, with these starters. And the one guy that was the one guy that lost. Brian Wu goes 7 innings, and they lose that game 3-1.
Yeah, and Hancock came back, had a great game too after that first inning. I mean, he was lights out again. But look, here's the thing, man. We are in it emotionally. We nitpick everything. I'm looking at the Rangers. The Rangers are tied for dead last right now in runs scored with 67 runs, and yet they're 4 games over 500. But they're tied for 4th or 5th in runs allowed. So their pitching is getting it done. And none of us are going, oh, man, we're not nitpicking their hitting or anything. We just look at their overall record. And with the Mariners, it's the same thing. We're going to have moments where the starting pitching, we knew there was going to be some type of regression, and it's just been too dominant over the last 2 years. But again, we know what we have. We know Miller. We know Wu. We know Logan. We know when we get Kirby back, and then also, Luis Castillo is just that guy that always keeps you in it. You're up 6-0. He's going to make it interesting. It's going to be 6-3 or 6-4. It's not going to be a 6-0 game. But if somebody scores 2 or 3 on us early, he has a way of shutting it down and keeping us in the game also. So I'm excited about this team. I feel like we are starting to hit and score some runs. There's an identity, and there's times where I shake my head at Dan Wilson. I love him as a person, but there's times I go, what is he doing? What's he doing, Dave? But I read something, and I think this is important. He has a philosophy. It may not be my philosophy or your philosophy, but if he's consistent with his philosophy and you let it play out, and over the last 10 games, we're 8-2. There's no team that's got an 8-2 record. It's the best, record in baseball over the last 10 games. You're starting to see a bit of an identity. Who'd have thought we would have been a base stealing team? That puts this game, it puts pressure on the opposing teams all the time when we do get guys on base, and the amount of walks. And I'm not a guy that loves, guys looking for walks, but it's working. Right now the batting averages aren't there, but we're scoring runs, and again, we know our pitching will eventually be the ultimate strength of this team. So I like where we are for how we started off the season.
Yeah, I think the Brewers are the only team with more stolen bases right now. But Paul, we could talk Mariner baseball like the Abandoned Boys can all day long. But we gotta go to the draft at the end of the week here. What are you thinking? Anything change as far as what you think they might do with that 18th pick?
I'm getting really jacked up for this draft. I'm just about as excited as I've been for a draft for the Seahawks in years. And mainly it's just the number of picks we have. And just looking at this, you start looking at the depth of this draft, man, it plays so nicely for the Seahawks. And I'm more of a firm believer. And you find the best. You just take the best player. You find the most dominant player at the 18th pick, because somebody's going to fall. There may be, just like last year where the number 1 defensive interior lineman fell to us. We got a chance at that as well. And I don't know if that's potentially a wide receiver. I don't think a tight end will get, the top tight end will get quite that far, but we got a chance at some edge rushers, some corners. I mean, there's a lot of impactful positions where I say you go for it. The only potential piece is that need pick close enough. And, that's going to be the part where, John has to, gets paid the big bucks. But I really believe if that's the case, that they can trade back just a bit, pick up another pick, and they're going to fill this interior line. There's there's more guards in this draft that are good than last year. You are going to find a really good guard in the second or third round. I'm not sure that's the direction I want to go initially. I think there's a couple tackles that can fall to you too, that really, makes us really strong on the edges there. So, I'm just excited. I know at 18 and in that the second day, second, third round, man, we're gonna find a starter or two out of this draft.
Paul, you're a man of wisdom. You're a man of experience, as I tell Dave. We appreciate you, my friend. Thanks so much, and we'll look forward to the next conversation.
All right, go Ams, and let's have a great draft on Thursday. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Paul. There he
Thanks,
is.
guys.
Paul Moyer, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home for the 2025 NFL Draft. You can find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Our coverage starts Thursday at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show and continues through every Seahawks pick. Follow along via the Seattle Sports app. All right, coming up, one national Major League Baseball voice has an impressive comparison for Cal Raleigh. We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's something people may have confused about what a run-heavy offense actually means?
People think that they're just going to run the heck out of the football. We're running the ball 35, 40 times. That's not really it. I want people to think of a run-heavy offense as that's the first punch that's going to be thrown. And it's going to be thrown often. But there are days you spread them out and you just let it go because you feel like there's advantages in other places on the field.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at ProSculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe. A
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We're also excited to welcome another allergy surgeon and ear surgeon to our practice. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
It's time to celebrate Seattle golf with a community swing event. Graz here telling you that Tuesday, April the 29th at the Jackson Park Golf Course, 11 to 6. They'll have music on the range, free 10-minute lessons, club fitting, food and beverage specials, bucket golf, and free face painting. A Seattle golf celebration. $25 greens fees after 11 a.m. at Jackson, Bill Wright in West Seattle. Free top tracer at Inter Bay, along with food and beverage specials at all Seattle locations. Play the courses. Play virtual. Play Premier. PremierGC.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. By the way, I went to a really cool event last night. Our buddy Adam Ray is in town, and he did an event at the Tacoma Comedy Club with Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. Really cool. Really cool. Kind of a live podcast, if you will. Did a little comedy for just a couple minutes, but for the most part, it was a conversation with those three. It was sold out. Bunch of our listeners were there, met a bunch of cool people there. So, yeah, cool event. Unfiltered. It's funny to hear Gary and Sean unfiltered.
Yeah. Well, and Adam Ray, he just endears himself to people, doesn't he?
He's everybody's best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's in town. It was really cool, though. I think he's going to post some of the pictures from it up on his Instagram page and all that. If you guys were there, you'll see some of the pictures. If not, you can check it out. But really cool to hear Gary and Sean just reminisce about Sonics, who used to own this town. Yeah. Mid-'90s, there was a mania about that team. But anyway,
the Seahawks were terrible then too.
Mid-'90s,
90s, not a good time,
not a good era.
No,
there was no Seahawk fever at that point. It was all about the Sonics.
Yep.
Meanwhile, looking at Cal Raleigh, he's tied for the lead, Major League Baseball lead, with 9 home runs. And now you start looking at least early at this pace, like, man, could he be in that conversation for MVP? Is he a guy that's worthy of that? You're one of your other favorite guys, Mark DeRosa, was on MLB Network and started talking about some of the changes he's seen from the left side, compares him to a Hall of Famer.
Pretty similar as well. Was definitely a little wider at address, but run this. And guy's a pure home run hitter from both sides of the dish. Kind of reminded me of Chipper Jones. That was the one real switch hitter that I played with. From the left side, he was your pure hitter. And I felt like from the right side, watching him do his thing, pause this real quick, Chipper didn't have the time and effort to put into his right-hand side. I remember him just getting on the dish and trying to turn and burn for homers down the left field line.
Turn and burn, Dave.
Turn and burn, baby.
Yeah. Chipper Jones, hell of a player for the Braves.
Yeah, he was pretty good, wasn't he? Yeah, you know what? I was looking at his home run numbers, and I guess he's tied for first with. I was glad to see this Tyler Soderstrom, because
the A's.
I think he's the A's player that I think he had 2 or 3 home runs against
the Mariners
in that opening series. But another guy I'm happy to see on this list, Mike Trout.
Yeah,
you know
what's amazing is I think Trout's hitting under 200.
Yeah, 184.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
He's under 200, but he's got 8 home runs and double-digit RBIs, and yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there is atop a list of, Soderstrom, not everybody knows, but Trout, Fernando Tatis, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber. So, yeah, that's good company there.
Yeah, and DeRosa went on to explain the improvement he's seen from Cal when hitting from the right side of the plate.
Definitely narrowed up his base, standing a little bit taller, standing a little bit more athletic. Hands look pretty similar, and just kind of run it. And throughout the year, like we talk about all the time, you'll see guys tinker. He's almost got a little toe tap preset right there to get him to the exact same point. Kind of getting off his backside a little bit early here. You can see he's made it a concerted effort to kind of walk away from his hands and stay stacked over his back leg. Run it slow. Boom. God, that's a gorgeous move, Cal.
Sounded like Wyman.
Thought I loved him.
Sounds like Wyman looking at video of him. But no, I mean, he deserves the praise. He's been phenomenal. And if not for him, where are they? Because, we're waiting for everybody else to heat up. And, everybody else being led by Julio Rodriguez, waiting for him to heat up, waiting for, Tellez before this series. We're all going, what's going on with this? Is you going to get anything from this guy? Same with Garver, had a nice 2-hit game. Maybe that'll get him going. So, yeah, Dylan Moore chipping in, certainly. Randy Arozarena, I think he's hitting an even 200 or somewhere around there. His average stinks, but his on base is very good, and every one of his hits seems to matter. There's not just some little single in the second inning or something. He just seems to come up when the game's on the line, and he has been huge for this team.
Well, I mean, and Julio, like the question, can Cal keep this up? I mean, probably not, just because he's on such a tear right now. But you'd like to think that, Randy stays, who he is, and then, you get something out of Julio, some kind of production one way or the other. Doesn't matter if he's striking out, as long as he's hitting some bombs and. Just hasn't gotten that done, really. He's got 3 home runs so far, which, he had a really slow start last year, right?
Yeah, he reached them a lot quicker than he did last year. Problem is he's kind of paused again. On this road trip, Julio's 3 for 23, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts, 5 runs scored, no runs batted in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and he's the man. So I guess I love seeing the wins, and like you were rightfully so praising the bullpen, but then, just the offensive numbers, because they did strike out a lot, but hey, as long as they're, slugging and scoring runs. But Julio part of it is, I don't know, I'd feel so much better about this team if Julio went on not some kind of a tear like, Cal, but just get back in there, maybe a home run or 2 in this series against Boston would be really nice, and get on base, because we know he can steal bases, and the Mariners really good at stealing bases this year. I mean, they're second, so we just need to get him on base and get that speed, make it work, and he's got 5 stolen bases so far, caught stealing once. So, yeah, it just makes me a little bit uneasy when I see these numbers. I mean, you see that, hey, are other parts of the pitching, the bullpen, offense from Cal and Dylan and, Rowdy Tellez, but you just still in the back of your mind think, man, if they want to make a run for the playoffs and get in the playoffs,
you need him.
They need Julio.
Yeah, you need him. The one thing he's done well is he's shown some patience at the plate. He's up there in walks. The team is up there with their top 5 in walks, their top 5 in home runs. But, you're going to need more than walks from Julio. I like that at least he's doing that. He's getting on base. He's scoring runs. He's being driven in by others, but he's the one you want driving in runs. You need him to produce. So, yeah, I guess at a bare minimum, I like that he's shown a little bit more discipline up there and he's taken some walks, but you need more. You're paying him for more. He's marketed as more. He needs to be more. So we'll talk more about that with Ryan Rowland-Smith, see what he thinks about Julio, what he thinks about Cal, and everything else going on with his team. He's going to join us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager Jon Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Rowland-Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here is I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, your American League Player of the Week is Dylan Moore. He hit .385 over the past 6 games, 3 home runs, 5 RBI, 3 stolen bases. And he gets that award in a huge series for the Mariners, a huge road trip for the Mariners, taking 2 of 3 from the Toronto Blue Jays. They've got the day off today as they head to Boston to begin the series starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Seattle Kraken have fired head coach Dan Bilesma after just 1 season. He was fired after guiding the Kraken to a 35-41-6 record in a single season that saw them finish 20 points out of the final Western Conference wildcard spot.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
I actually talked about it on You Betcha on the podcast.
He is an unrivaled source of baseball knowledge.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
A guy who always has your back.
Pants back on, try and make the uniform look sweet in a split second. Come out, and I'm trying to open the door. I'm like, what the? And I said, listen, buddy, put your babysitting shoes on because Dad's going out for Father's Day to go watch Top Gun.
Ryan Rowland-Smith, every week with Wyman and Bob.
That's the open right there.
He's here, everybody, with us each and every Monday. You see him on the video stream if you're watching, and you're going to hear him here in a moment. Joining us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, our buddy Ryan Rowland-Smith is with us. How are you, man?
I'm good. What's happening, fellas?
Good to see you. Where are you, in Boston?
I'm in Boston. I got here, had the red eye last night. Left late last night around 11:45 p.m. Flew to Chicago to Boston. How about that route? And got here at 10:30 and hung out around the Boston Marathon.
Sure,
I was going to jump into cartwheels to the finish line, but I decided not to. So.
I didn't want to show everybody up.
Was that the cheapest flight you could find?
Hey, listen, Dave Wyman. Now, obviously, look, the Mariners are looking after it because all the root sports, whoever. But I was trying to do them a solid. I did seek out the cheapest option, and as you can imagine, a red eye through Chicago all the way to Boston. I'm hooking them up, man. I'm showing them how it's done. Cheap flight.
Are they going to let you pocket the savings or no?
I hope so. I might fudge the invoice and say, "Oh, it cost this amount," and make something up so I can. No, none of that. No. But I got here. I'm ready to go. It's going to be a fun series.
Hey, before we talk about what happened, on this road trip, which has been spectacular, give me a quick thought on what happened with Berrios and Cal Raleigh, because it's confusing with PitchCom. You're not seeing the catcher drop down signals or anything. So was he accusing him of giving away location? Did he see his grip and he thought he was tipping pitch? Was he tipping pitch? Cal seemed confused by the whole thing, but what was your takeaway from that?
I think, first of all, you mentioned the pitch com, so it wasn't something where he was relaying pitches directly from what the catcher was giving. It was either, I'm trying to get a clear answer here, and I'm not getting a clear answer, but it's either going to be a situation where, and first of all, he wasn't, and that's the hard thing, right? If I hit up someone from the Mariners and say, hey, what was Cal doing? They're like, well, he wasn't doing anything. I think Berrios was worried that maybe the way he was coming set, gripping the ball, you'll flare your elbow a little bit on different pitches. But Cal said it too. The pitches after that, whoever was hitting,
Tellez, I think.
Tellez, right? He I was about to say Mitch Garver, but Rowdy Tellez. He said, "Look, he's off balance anyway. Like flat out.
They were bad swings.
Whatever I'm doing, it's not helping. But a lot of times now, it's just the location because guys, getting that little kickstand catcher stance, they have to get there a little early. They can't jump out on the spot, and so that's something. You talk to guys around the major leagues. It's a runner on second. With that little drop to one knee, that you have to get out there kind of early, and it kind of gives away location sometimes. So I think it's more in that vein. I think the what I kind of translated from that walking up the field, Berrios, who I've heard and I've texted some people who know him who played with him, say he's such a good dude. He was just hitting up, hey Cal, like saying something to Cal. Cal said something back, and for whatever reason, Jose wanted to say something again, and that's when it all kind of flared up. It's like, dude, and by the way, like I'll say this 1,000 times, it's fair game. Like if you're not covering up what pitch you're throwing, whether you're tipping it, the catch is setting up too late, that's on you. That's especially with PitchCom now. There's no excuse for that. If they're relaying it back, tip your hat and say, yeah, you got me. I'll get you next time. Like, put it this way, man. Back in the day when it was all pitch, like the sign sequences, right? I used to do, if you're listening and you know baseball or if you can keep up with this, I don't want to get too confusing, but I used to use a head behind even. So if I was ahead in the count, I'd use the first sign, behind the count, second sign, even in the count, third sign. If I shook, it was just automatically the first sign. I'm pitching against, I'm not going to name names here or team.
Nah, go ahead.
Well, I'm pitching against a team, and we get on a bus to go to the airport. And I get a text message from a buddy of mine on the other team, said, hey, man, they had your signs runner on second. And I said, well, which part did they have? Did they have the initial or every time I shook? And they said both. I was like, man, God, like a head behind even. But he was just giving me a heads up. Now, I'm not going to sit there and go, I'm drilling the next dude. He's just telling me, like, do a better job covering it up. Yeah. So, again, it's on the pitcher anytime that happens.
Yeah, that I think it was Matt Brash that told us that. I think it was JP told him, hey, I can see, your grip on the ball and everything. So I'm glad to hear that was all. Could you see, we were looking at the, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but we were looking at the replay and looking at Cal, like supposedly he was swinging his hand or something like that. I mean, did you see, did everything like make sense? Like, okay, yeah, that's probably what was going on.
Usually it's not super obvious. So usually it's, you do it first of all. Again, even though it's fair game, you still don't want to be like, "Hey, over here, look, check it out." You know what I mean? Like, obviously, because then, and by the way, too, then you're not going to be able to do it anymore because they're just going to run out and correct it, or the catcher's going to jump out later, whatever it may be. But usually what they do is with their feet. So like they'll set up and they'll wait when the catcher, when the pitch comes set. If this is back in the day, and it still works this way. If the right foot goes, first, like a first little like step, off-speed pitch. If the foot goes this way, fastball. Simple as that. It's either straight or it's something moving. Mm-hmm. And that's how simple it is. Usually it's not that obvious, and usually you can't really pick it up unless you're looking back and you're watching, oh, he threw a slider there, he moved his right foot. Oh, he threw a fastball there, he moved his left foot. You know how they do those little half steps towards the other base? I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly, but yeah, usually it's very, very subtle.
Hey, Ryan, what stood out to you most in this series? Because for me, there's a lot of offense to point to with Tellez and with Cal and Dylan Moore, the player of the week in the American League. But for me, I was harping on, and I'm going to continue to do it because they deserve it, the bullpen. They were asked to cover 12 1/3 innings in 3 games. They gave up 1 earned run. 2 total runs, 1 earned run in 12 1/3 against that lineup in that building. And Bichette and Guerrero were hitting, by the way. It's not like they went ice cold. They were hitting in that series. So that was huge. That was, to me, was the biggest thing. But what stood out for you?
Well, yeah, first of all, there was a couple situations. Now, obviously, I don't want to get into the weeds here in regards to and speculate, but when you are so limited, just on the bullpen, I'm with you on the bullpen. There were some situations there where, man, if you have, for example, Brian Wu getting blown out in the first inning, man, and you don't make the right moves prior to that game, if you can read between the lines, you can't cover 9 innings. And so that's how strapped they were, the bullpen. So I'm going to give them a ton of credit too. And guys stepped up in big situations where, yeah, they've done it once or twice, but they haven't done it, and that's not their position, not their spot to do it. And they stepped up massively. So you got to give it to the bullpen. The other thing too, and this is going to sound kind of crazy, but you had a situation in the Red series and then the Blue Jays series as well, where you didn't let anything slide in regards to facing bad pitching. And what I mean by that is this, right? So the lefty who the Blue Jays rolled out the other day, I'm watching that guy, man, all right, this is what good offenses do. If this kid cannot land secondary pitch, if that fastball is not going to get below belt all all day long, jump on him, knock him out of the game. And that's what good teams do, because you are going to run into those pitches. If you have a mid-range guy, not an ace, but someone who's like middle of the rotation, and they're not landing that third pitch, and you expose that, that's what good offenses do. We saw that against Nick Martinez. We saw that with the Reds. We saw that against the Blue Jays. Even Berrios too. Berrios was in a situation where he all of a sudden got a little rattled, and especially after the Cal Raleigh incident. And you know what? His command went on him. Midway, like we're talking 70 pitches in. All right, jump on him. And again, like I said, that's what good offenses do. So as I'm watching these games and covering, I was doing post-game radio, I was just paying attention. All right, you have someone, not on the ropes necessarily, but you have someone who's slipping a little bit, and he's not up to speed with 3+ pitches. Command is not good. All right, good offenses jump on him, and that's exactly what they did.
All right, Ryan, I don't want to crap on the parade here because, we got Cal Raleigh, Raleigh going, Demo's hitting righties even, Rosarena.
Flashing lefties, by the way. Woo.
Yeah, anyway. Absolutely killing.
Yeah.
But Julio, what do we make of him? And this really is just planning ahead because I know at some point he's gonna get hot. But what are you seeing from him? Just kind of a check-in on Julio Rodriguez.
Man, that's a tough one because I feel like, especially April, May, every time, last couple of years, even, going back a couple of years when he was going off and, hitting homers in the home run derby and was all over, whatever. Yeah. I feel like April, May, when I jump on with Wyman and Bob, the question every other week is, okay, what's going on with Julio? It just,
yeah, that's right.
It seems like it's consistent. The hard thing with him, I find, is to really break him down. He's so streaky. I mean, man, the guy is so streaky. He all of a sudden will just – the at-bats are ever changing. Like there'll be a situation where, guys are trying to pound him up and in. And he just looks like there's just nothing doing offensively whatsoever. And then, boom, they make a subtle mistake and he absolutely crushes it. It's really hard to get a gauge. I will say this. It's kind of nice to see the supporting cast and everyone below him doing what they're doing because we can take the focus, even though you brought him up, but take the focus off Julio just a little bit. And if he is going to be streaky and if there is something he's working through or there's one little approach sign from him saying, I am quite unsure about how this guy's going to pitch because that's what it looks like. It looks like he's going up on the on-deck circle and he has a good feel. Swing feels great. Has a good approach from his end, but there's a little bit of where he's unsure about how he's going to get pitched to just by some of the swings and then the reaction from some of the swings. So there's still a little bit of that with him where I think he may be second-guessing himself with how he's being pitched. And again, it's amazing how streaky the guy is. It really is. It's crazy.
What's your take on Rosarena? Because to me, I'm looking at him going, yeah, he's hitting 200. He's got a 354 on base. So he's taking his walks. His average is not good, but it feels like every hit he's had has been clutch. It either wins the game, ties the game, walk-off walk. He's got a knack so far early this season for coming up really big in the most crucial moments.
Yeah, I think, first of all, when I look at him, and I sort of put this in the same category as Julio, when you're talking about the at-bats and the approach, it's interesting, man. He looks like he misses pitches by 3 feet, and then he gets 0-2, and then all of a sudden the at-bat changes, and then it's 3-2. I swear to God, I think he's 70-80% of his pitches, at least at-bats, are 2-2 counts. Like he is getting so deep in these at-bats where he'll slip behind, fight, and fight. And if they make a mistake, he's crushing. If they don't, if they throw something away, there's going to be maybe a bad swing and look really bad. But you're right, man. I think he's coming up big, in big situations. He's looked way better of late. I think the first week of the season, he was scalding the ball, hitting the ball hard everywhere, and just no results. Then he kind of slipped into this nothing really doing and, looked a little frustrated. But I think he's starting to find that sort of that happy medium more so lately. Plus, he looks like he's having fun too. Like I just feel like he's so tough to to figure that dude out in regards to what kind of personality he is. We've all talked about that. He just looks like he's enjoying himself more, and he's able to have his own approach, or doesn't feel like he's got to make up for lost time like last year when he came to the Mariners. So I think everything's starting to level out, and I just have this feeling with him. Similar to Julio, if the at-bats are there where he's getting into a situation where he can recognize pitches and then get deeper in the at-bats, because, by the way, no one sees more pitches per plate appearance than he's up there top 5, Randy Rosarina. Pitches per plate appearance. I know that's not impressive, doesn't jump off the charts, but if you are going to swing and miss that much at certain pitches, especially the slider, he swings and misses at that pitch a ton outside the strike zone. If you can do that, but also have the pitches per plate appearance, that basically tells me that you are going to get mistakes and you're going to be a mistake hitter. And I think that's what he's doing right now. That's where he's starting to sort of to level off a little bit and start crushing these mistakes.
So, Ryan, you had on the top step, that was not my Australian accent. Okay, that one didn't count. You had on some reliever. Was Gabe Spire one of those? One of the guys you had? He's been pretty amazing. I mean, you look at Munoz, and, obviously he is just crushing it right now. But I was looking at Spire, and I know Bob's talked a lot about him. Gabe Spire this year, his opponent average is 133. He's got 11 strikeouts. He's pitched 9 innings. I mean, is he the hottest right now, other than Munoz, when you look at that bullpen?
Yeah, I think with Gabe Spire, first of all, I love it when guys, just backing up a little bit with Gabe Spire, when he had a really bad year last year. And not just injuries. I'm talking performance. He wasn't the same dude. Same in spring training. He's like, oh, yeah, I started doing this and that. And not that you're rolling your eyes saying, oh, I've heard that all before. It's like, all right, let's see how that happens when the lights go on. Like, what's going to be different here? And, man, he is completely different. Confidence through the roof, 95, 96. I think with Gabe Spire, you mentioned with him and Munoz, Gabe is just simply that guy that if you have those – it'll only take either the one really, really good lefty or 2 lefties in a lineup, he's throwing the 8th inning straight up, or the 7th inning. So he's that guy who's just going to simply get the pockets late in games. But he's, when you have a trust factor, obviously Munoz in the 9th inning. And by the way, I love the fact that he's just been kept to the 9th inning. I can jump into why just in a second. But I think with that, and you got Gabe right behind him, and then you go just trying to piece it together with whether it be Trent Thornton or some of these other unknowns. But I think Gabe's going to get to that place where lefties, righties, doesn't matter. He's going to have to be right behind Munoz as it stands right now until we see, Troy Taylor consistently here, or obviously Matt Brash coming back as well.
Hey, last one before we let you go quickly. Any thoughts on what's gone on with Logan in terms of his ability to get deep into a game? I mean, we saw 4 2/3. He hasn't given up damage, which is interesting. I mean, his ERA is just a shade over 3, yet he's only had one start where he's gone beyond 6 innings. He's gone 5 2/3. One other time he went 7 on opening day, and every other one's been 5 or less.
Yeah, you notice that last start. He goes 50% slider fastball in first 2 to 3 pitches of an at bat, and that goes back to the second half of last year. He was doing the same thing this year. So my take is this: you mentioned it, he's not giving up hits, he's not giving up hard hits. Ton of foul balls, a lot of misses. All those misses, foul balls, 25, 30 pitches early in a game. It's just going to eat alive your pitch count. So my take is this: the slider is really, really letting him down right now. It's a pitch that is either getting hung out over the middle of the plate, and you watch next start. If he goes to that slider, you watch the better contact or balls that are fouled off and not swing and miss pitches. The ones that keep at bats alive is the slider. And then what happens is he gets to that 3rd, 4th, 5th inning, and his pitch count's already 60 at that point. And then he kind of puts the slider in the back pocket, and it's fastball split. I don't think he quite has that plus slider that we saw for 80% of the time last year. When he gets that back, the efficiency will go up, and you'll start, trending towards being more of a 200 inning guy. Because right now he's looking at it's around 175 innings, and there's nothing wrong with that. But all the starters are going really short right now, and that's the bullpen. You mentioned that in the beginning of the chat, but he's looking at 5 innings. Why? Because the pitch count is getting eaten alive because the slider, that big weapon early in counts, just isn't there for him right now.
Ryan, great stuff as always, my friend. Looking forward to hearing you on the call. Have fun out there, and we'll talk to you when you get back.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
There he is, Ryan Rowland-Smith, joining us live from Boston in fine form, and I assume his hotel room there in Boston, getting ready for the series. He ran a marathon. He was going to do cartwheels across the finish line, elected not to. But, yeah, interesting just to look at Logan Gilbert. I mean, in terms of what he's given up, his first start of the year, 7 innings, 1 run. Next start, 5 innings, 3 runs. That was his worst of the season. Next one, 5 2/3, 1 run. Next one, 5 innings, 1 run. Last one, 4 2/3, 2 runs. So he's not burying the team by digging this hole, and man, he gave up 4 in the first inning. He's just not. They're just fouling off pitches, fouling him off, and he talked about his slider. He's not landing that the way that he did last year. So that pitch count is going through the roof on him early in these games. You look at all of them. He threw 102 in his last game. That's 4 2/3 innings. Threw 102 pitches.
Yeah.
And same with Luis Castillo. He went 5 innings. He went a third of an inning more. Threw 102 pitches. So he's right. The starters just they've got to figure out a way to be more efficient and get deeper into these games, because as much as I'm praising the bullpen for what they did in this Blue Jays series, you can't expect those kind of results.
Right. Yeah, that was extraordinary. Right. I mean, what you got from them. But, yeah, that does. I'm just looking at, like, the least number of pitches he's thrown this year is 83.
And that was his longest start, 7 innings.
Yeah. So, man, yeah, I don't know. If that's going to happen to one guy, though, I would rather it was Logan, just because I feel like he can handle it, as far as physically and all the stuff that he does. If you're, worried about him sort of breaking down a little bit, but it's also about, the innings, as you mentioned. So, yeah, the one performance where he got 7 innings, and
that was his most efficient.
Yeah.
his fewest pitches thrown.
Fewest pitches, right. So, yeah, it's that's kind of troubling a little bit, but I mean, you're getting Kirby back here pretty soon, hopefully. Did we hear something about a live bullpen or something like that?
Yeah, T-Mobile. That's supposed to be coming up.
So, yeah, I mean, you're always going to worry about your starting rotation and their health, but right now, it sure is nice to know that you can rely on this bullpen.
Yeah, I just don't want to put him in that position to rely too much, because at some point the dam breaks.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe that's when Julio starts to come on, right? Or you just, you didn't go into this Blue Jays series necessarily thinking, okay, the bullpen. I mean, coming out of Cincinnati, it looked like they were pretty taxed, and nobody thought that would be the case. And so, maybe we'll get a surprise in some other category. I mean, Rowdy Tellez was a huge surprise, so, yeah, I mean, if you get that in the bullpen, if just a couple of your areas, Cal, Dylan Moore, I mean, just all balance it out a little bit, and you're never going to be happy about every single part of your team, I feel like. But, yeah, I mean, it sure would be a good time for Julio to kind of pick up his end of the log,
That would be great. I think we'd all appreciate it. All right, coming up, one piece of NFL news today highlights the disparity between the Seahawks and the best team in the league. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show
with Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
John, since we talked to you last week, there's a new backup quarterback in town.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
I think it's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like. It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really like, okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better kind of put a bow on it.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Are you in pain? And have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman, and before you take that drastic step, I recommend you join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for a free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. The webinar will educate you on how stem cell therapy can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate cartilage in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints. Learn all about this amazing procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how Dr. Wagner determines if you're a good candidate or not. He's performed over 20,000 procedures, so he would know, and he's had tremendous success using stem cell therapy to repair shoulders. So if you're in pain, join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at his live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. That's Thursday night at 6 p.m. It's free, so register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
You know, there's nothing better than having a big fish on your line, and you'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Make moments into memories. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now before you miss out on peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut in May and June. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Oh, and remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at mazdaofeverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This week, Thursday, NFL Draft, Dave.
It's the Catalina wine mixer.
That's right.
It's a big deal.
Thursday's a big deal. We were just talking about it during the break. It's going to be the best day of the week weather-wise. Everybody's got everything planned on Thursday, but we're going to be there at the Seahawks practice facility at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, taking you through each and every single pick. And we're going to start our show at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show, at which point he will unveil every one of their plans. Yeah, we'll see if he can give us a little easier hint. He claims he gave us a hint last year. I maintain he did not.
I don't think he did.
So we'll have to push him on that. But I think you and I are of like mind on what we expect Thursday.
Yeah.
And we'll save that. We'll save that. But
I was ready to spill.
Of course you were. Of course you were. But
they're going to take a guard. No, I'm kidding.
We all see it, Dave. We all see it. Well, how crucial is it for him to, we've talked about it's not been a great draft history for them when it comes to O-linemen. When we talk about O-linemen they've drafted and they signed to a second contract, that's been a rare occurrence, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So when you look at it this time, how crucial do you think it is to hit? To say we found our guy, whether it's a center, whether it's a guard. And again, part of this that makes it tough is we don't really know. We know what they tell us. They like everybody they got. Do they feel like they need an upgrade at center? Do they feel like Olu can develop into what they need? Do they feel like Bradford's going to be the guy or Christian Haynes is going to be a guy? Or how are they feeling about they when we talk to them, they like them.
Apparently they do. So, and that really came from what John called or deemed the experts, which is Rick Dennison and Benton, the offensive line coach. So, yeah, I mean, I think that there's in this draft from everything that we hear, and I watched the Senior Bowl. I feel like that's really important. That guys have good, because number one, they're getting coached by professional coaches, but then also, you get to see them practice, and it just looked like there was a good number of offensive linemen, especially interior guys, that, look good. And I think it kind of lines up with the Seahawks as far as, they've got 5 picks in the top 100. And so it's supposed to be this meat and potatoes type of draft. So, yeah, I think it's going to be important that they hit on whatever offensive lineman that they take, but would you say that they didn't hit if one of them's not starting? Because they seem to like the
Depends
guys
on
that
where
they
they
have.
pick them.
Yeah.
Depends if they stay at 18, and some people believe they're not going to stay there. If they stay at 18, and we asked John about this, not specifically about O-line, but we asked him about a comment that Paul Moyer had made, where he'd said if they pick whoever they pick at 18 should be a Pro Bowler. Then he later clarified they should eventually be a Pro Bowler. Maybe not the first year, but so we asked John about that. Here's what he said.
It's part of the grading scale, which I'm not going to explain to you, but yes. But, it's the expectation at 18 is the guy's a starter for sure, yeah. And it's, there's grades throughout that, give you different guidance.
So he's not saying Pro Bowler, but he did say the expectation at 18 is that guy's a starter.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure which position that'll be if they pick at 18. So if they do hypothetically draft a guard, then I guess I'm going to go with his expectation. That guard should start, or that center should start.
It kind of conflicts with what we've heard from Mark Schlereth, because one of the things that Mark said about...
Well, Schlereth is not the GM of this team, Dave.
Yeah, but just having his finger on the pulse of what's going on with offensive line play just in general. And one of the things he said is that, that you need these young guys. They need to have lots of practice and lots of live practice. And you're not necessarily going to get that in the NFL. It's all about keeping your players healthy. And, the old saying that the only way to get better at football is to practice football. And a lot of times you can't, and especially at high speeds. You don't want to go full speed and get somebody hurt. And as a matter of fact, the NFL has restrictions on that, which is why they have these cameras that, film the entire practice, whether it's indoor or outdoor. And, they've gotten fined before with, collisions that were happening or, too physical, whatever. So, yeah, that kind of conflicts with what Mark said, that you need those guys, that it's going to take them a while to get going. So, yeah, I don't know. I would say if you did have a selection there at number 18 and it was a guard, that he should start. But, if it's anywhere after that, I'm going to bank on what the experts say, that they have the right guys here. So, yeah, to your question, Olu, I don't know if that necessarily means him, though. It could be Jalen Sundell. Seriously, that guy is, they really like him. And he was the kid out of North Dakota State or South Dakota State, doesn't matter.
One of the Dakotas.
Yeah.
Why are there
Dakotas.
Two? Isn't one enough?
No, a North and South. Is there an East and West? But, he was a guy that was an undrafted free agent, and they love him. So, maybe it would be him, but he still falls into the category of somebody that's here. So, I think there's a couple of guys that really need to step up, and that happens all the time in the second year. So Lamea, for example, let's see if he is able to make that big jump. But yeah, I would say that unless they picked at number 18, either an interior offensive lineman, just put it that way, that you're going to, if you pick him at 18, he's going to start. But if not, it's going to go back to what they originally said, and that's that they like the guys they have here.
Yeah, Lefko put up what the Eagles have done, with their picks, just by way of comparison. Looking at the offensive lineman extensions in the past year, and they're all players they drafted. They're not free agents they brought in.
Yeah.
They just signed their center, Cam Jurgens, to a 4-year, $68 million extension. He was the 51st pick overall in 2022. You look at their left tackle, Jordan Mailata, 3 years, $66 million. He was drafted in 2018 in the 7th round. Then you look at their left guard, Landon Dickerson, 4 years, $84 million. He was 2021 draft, 37th pick overall. And then their right tackle, Lane Johnson, 1 year, $25 million, back in the 2013 draft, 4th pick overall.
Yeah.
So they've hit on their guys. The 7th rounder is the one outlier there, the one guy that was, maybe a project, or, hey, let's see what this guy could be.
Yeah.
And he's turned into your left tackle of the future.
It's amazing what they've done. And then, you look around the league, and remember, Kansas City was seen to be one of those teams that had a good offensive line. Sure didn't look like it in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. So, but, you got Buffalo, and certainly Detroit. And Detroit has a similar record, as far as, who they've drafted and who they've signed. They've got.
So is that just a better evaluation of talent? Better development of talent? Have the Seahawks maybe drafted some guys that weren't developed properly, or they just missed on how the talent evaluation overall?
I would say it's more about development than anything. Just look at what they've gone through over the last, since Pete came here. He had Tom Cable there, and we talked about how that was kind of dysfunctional and it didn't really work out. And, the guy I remember, which we'll have him working with us on the draft, that said it first, Ray Roberts, and he was talking about how, give me a PhD at guard. Don't give me a tackle, and certainly don't give me a defensive tackle or a defensive end to play offensive line. So that whole thing was going on, and at the time, it made sense to me, but...
Well, it worked once with J.R. Sweezy.
Yeah, that was maybe the one guy. But
then it just became the rule. Like, see, you can do that with every, that just became the example of, well, it works for everybody.
It's like Dylan Moore hitting righties. It worked for that guy.
Yeah. That pitcher, that right-hander. So, yeah, I think that's been part of it. And then, I don't know if it's just there's something that they're missing or whatever, but I
I think, I don't want to cop out and say they've won, but I guess I would put it this way. They've gotten by. Geno, again, he was a 70% completion guy last year. So there were some good things. He got sacked a lot, and he did throw some interceptions in the red zone, and a lot of that was because of pressure, And one time he got his foot stepped on, and then, there were some bad snaps and things like that. So, but still, they've gotten by. But it is kind of a bugaboo, right, for fans, especially. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Jon and in this draft just because, you've got this supposed meat and potato type of draft, and they've got 5 picks in the top 100 players.
Hey, a reminder, Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home for the 2025 NFL Draft. You can find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Our coverage starts Thursday at 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show and continues through every Seahawks pick. You can follow along via the Seattle Sports app or any other avenue you got there. Meanwhile, the Seahawks might be making a move with one quarterback on their roster. We'll get into that one coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day. With General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is Steve Almond, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear, oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house, trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, a little bit of news came out over the weekend about the Seahawks potentially looking at a trade of Sam Howell, who they traded to acquire. They had traded a 3rd and a 5th for a 4th and a 6th in Sam Howell, and he appeared in that one game. It didn't go well. They re-signed Drew Lock to the roster, and we'd asked John about that last week, and we'll play that in a moment. But he was, I don't know, it feels like maybe they were disappointed in what they found in Sam Howell. Maybe in practice. We didn't get a chance to watch him in practice really outside of training camp. That moment in the game that he got put in did not go very well.
No.
And then we asked John last week, because the news came out, they signed Drew Lock. All right, has your opinion of Sam Howell changed after that?
Sam was put in a very hard spot last year. I mean, he comes in, he's learning a new system. The year before, I think he led the league in attempts, and they didn't run the ball at all. And we love the toughness and everything. Comes in, learns a whole new system that was heavy drop back. Gets thrown into a game where we're behind. We're throwing the ball every play. It didn't go well for him. He would admit that. Probably from a preparation standpoint too. But he wasn't put in a great spot. All of us, and Sam included, would say okay, last year's just a wash, man. Let's put that aside. Let's get back in a pro style system, proven system, because he can move. As you guys well know, against us, he had a really nice day running the ball as well 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's interesting, John saying exactly what he should say, being very upbeat about it. But one of the things he said, he said something about could have done a better job in preparation.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's kind of, my ears kind of poked up there that maybe he wasn't ready when he had to go in for Geno, and that's not good.
Yeah.
That's like Billy Joe Hobart. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember when he gets in there, he's like, yeah, man, I really didn't pay attention this week. And I'm not saying it's to that degree, but yeah, I mean, Sam Howell, the other thing, we never got a chance to really talk to him. And look, I think at that position, it's important. We used to get access to Russ. We didn't get anything from Geno other than what we saw of him up there on the podium.
Yeah.
And then never really got a chance to talk to Sam Howell. I've talked to Drew Lock a number of times. It's just he's a mature kid. He communicates great. I mean, there's all kinds of things. The body language is good. I didn't see good body language from Sam Howell, and I don't know that necessarily is the most important thing in the world, but it just my little indication. I just remember I remember watching Ryan Leaf and saying to my wife, I was like, that guy's not going to make it in the NFL. It was just his attitude. Mm-hmm. It was just something about it. And I'm not saying that Sam Howell is, has that kind of attitude, but I don't know, the body language, everything was just kind of wasn't there. He just didn't come off as a backup quarterback. So
right.
I wouldn't be surprised if if they did maybe deal him and go back to Drew Lock. I don't know. It was kind of an interesting move there, and I thought what you said, Bob, was that you still think that with those three quarterbacks that they still might look at a quarterback, and maybe.
Yeah, well, especially if they end up trading one. I guess technically there's 4 on the roster, and I keep forgetting the fourth guy's name.
But he's like a practice squad guy.
Jaron Hall.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So technically they have 4 quarterbacks right now.
Right.
And John was speaking with the media today, and he was asked about the Sam Howell rumor that Schefter, I think, is the one that put that out there, that the Seahawks are entertaining trade offers for him. Here's what he had to say today.
The report that you guys have received inquiries about Sam Howell, potential trade, is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, and we have a great relationship with Bruce, his agent, and Bruce is very well known and respected throughout the National Football League, so he has a ton of contacts as well. So it's a very open dialogue.
Well, and Sam Howell, maybe he goes up, and I did that. My agent told me, go up and tell Chuck Knox you want to be traded because you're not going to be used because, they had Fred Young and Brian Bosworth, and those two together were going to be like the inside linebackers for the next 6, 7, 8 years. So, maybe that's the case. He was a starter in his second year in the league.
Yeah.
And, he led some categories that weren't great, but he wants to get on with his career as well. And if it just wasn't a fit, and sometimes you have to bring guys in like that and spend a year with them to figure out exactly. And I'm not ripping on Howell. It just didn't seem like it was there to me.
Yeah. Well, Nolan Teasley was part of that. He's the assistant GM. He was part of that conversation with us last week, and he talked about bringing Locke back was more about him and not really a statement on Howell.
The thing about Drew, it's more about Drew, right? Bringing him back into the building, and I think it's well documented that he played his best football in a version of this system. I think we're all excited to see both Sams in the system, the ability to deliver accurately on the move, again, deceptive mobility, all of them. So it's really about just filling that room with competition and players that have been productive in this league. It's a good problem to have.
So we'll see what ends up happening if they move him, what happens. I look at it and say, all right, you gave up a 3rd and a 5th for a 4th and a 6th and Sam Howell. So you gave up some draft capital. You could have just re-signed Drew Lock for just cash. There's no, obviously, draft compensation involved. You could have just signed, I think he signed with the Giants. It was either $5 million or $7 million. I can't remember what it was. 1-year deal.
Yeah.
He was there to be had. He had been with your team. You knew him. They elected not to re-sign him, and they went with this move with Sam Howell, and now fast forward a year, they're just bringing him back.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a failed experiment on some level with Sam Howell if they end up trading him. It's a swing and a miss is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't mind it because you're trying to find a quarterback. 32 teams are trying, minus 10?
Yeah.
So maybe 20, 25 teams are trying to find that guy. And I don't have any problem of them giving up, a 3rd and a 5th because you're trying to find the most important player. And I'm sorry, to admit it. Quarterback is the most important. It really is.
This whole time you thought it was inside linebacker.
Don't tell Brock Heward.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, you're dying for that kind of guy, and they're on the search for it. And so I don't know. I think John, he obviously hit with Russell Wilson, and then he's had some success, and then some of the interest that he had in quarterbacks that he thought would be there. But we had Russell Wilson at that time, was kind of interesting because he was looking at Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. So yeah, I'm all for them experimenting and trying to just over and over and over get the right guy, find a guy like Russell Wilson.
All right, coming up, we're going to get his perspective on this Mariners pitching staff. Charlie Furbush, former Mariner reliever, is going to join us in studio. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike Macdonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on Draft Day with General Manager Jon Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design premier gallery. Grand opening this Friday starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit PCFgroup.com or call 206-992-0364.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Take a look at your baseball scoreboard. The one final in the books, Red Sox, which is the next opponent of your Seattle Mariners, beat the White Sox today 4-2. Mariners with a day off today. They'll start their series tomorrow in Boston. Dylan Moore named the AL Player of the Week. In case you missed that bit of news. Meanwhile, other games going on. No score between the Yankees and Guardians. That game in the bottom of the third. Top of the second in Miami. No score between the Reds and Marlins. The Padres in the bottom of the first out to a 1-0 lead over the Detroit Tigers. Meanwhile, in hockey news, the Seattle Kraken have fired head coach Dan Bilesma after just one season. He was about 20 points shy of the final wild card playoff spot, so they have elected to make a change after just one season, which means they'll have 3 head coaches in a 5-year span.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
The Mariners have the day off today. They're in Boston to start their series with the Red Sox tomorrow, and here to relive all of the glory of this road trip so far is former Mariner reliever Charlie Furbush. How are you, man?
Outstanding. What a Monday.
What a road trip so far, right?
Let's go, Mariners.
4 series wins in a row.
Are you surprised?
Yes.
I'm not.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Let's get into it.
Yeah. Well, and you should like this because Dave's been hearing me harp on it all morning. What stood out, and there's a lot of heroes on this road trip so far, specifically in this series against the Blue Jays. You can go to Cal, who's been phenomenal. Dylan Moore, AL Player of the Week. Randy Arozarena is as clutch as it gets. Rowdy Tellez showed up. The bullpen. The bullpen was asked to cut. You had 2 short starts, 4 2/3 from Logan, 5 innings from Luis. They both threw 102 pitches in each of their starts. And they had one game go to 12 innings. Bullpen was asked to cover 12 1/3 innings. They gave up 1 earned run. 1 earned run and 12 1/3 combined. You as a bullpen guy, I would imagine, really appreciate seeing that.
Absolutely. Riding high out in the pen right there. That's exactly what momentum starts on is performances like that, and picking up the slack, going that many innings, that many scoreless innings, just goes so far, not only individually, but as a pen, as a unit down there. You're really picking up the slack and keeping your team in the ball game. And that's what you saw game after game, the bullpen coming in and getting the job done.
You know, what an unusual athlete a bullpen pitcher is. I mean, you guys are typically seen as like kind of the craziest part of the team and everything, but like you might sometimes just be asked to go in and throw like 6 pitches. You know, I mean, it's just interesting, the makeup. Is that what makes bullpen guys crazy, other than you, Charlie?
You know, maybe, yeah. It's funny because you get deemed, oh, this guy's a starter, or this guy's a reliever, and sometimes it has to do with like personality over actual stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe he's just better off handling the intense situations that you get thrown into out of the bullpen better than a starter that is a little bit more maybe particular and wants to have more routine based. And as a reliever, you just get thrown into the fire in situations that are completely unpredictable and completely out of your control. And it takes a special individual to handle that mentally and realize, okay, how do I blank out the noise? How do I, let's say, clear the mechanism from, for the love of the game, Kevin Costner style, right?
Yeah.
It all goes quiet.
Yeah, and just like lock in and bring your highest level of focus. So, it does take a special individual. I think you see guys that maybe gravitate towards just living in the moment, right? I think that's like what the bullpen guys kind of do. It's just like, okay, hey, you just throw whatever at me, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because it's like most guys go into Major League Baseball and think, I'm going to be a starter, right? I mean, nobody goes in saying, or do they?
Well, I'd say most bullpen guys, we always say, oh, we're all failed starters. You know what I mean? We all had a crack at it at some point in our pitching life. And then at some point they said, okay, you know what? You're better off just throwing 2 pitches out of the bullpen. So that's how it worked for me. I was a starter my whole life, and then had my rookie year, had 10, 11 starts that didn't go so hot. Thought I was going to get another crack at it, but I ended up finding a sweet home in the bullpen. And like you said, there are days sometimes I go out and throw 4 or 5 pitches, face one guy, and you're out,
Yeah.
So, but those are the days that you're like, okay, I can go tomorrow. I can maybe go 3 days in a row because you can give your team some more length in that situation. So the spectrum of pitching out of the bullpen is large. You can go in and be asked to, hey, we got to cover 7 innings today, or hey, we need you for 1 guy. So, whatever you need to do mentally to get ready for that is different for everyone, but that's the challenge of baseball, and that's the challenge of pitching out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
What's your take on Munoz? He has yet to give up a run. He's been lights out, and anytime I say that, people are like, oh, he walked this guy. Okay, he's given up a hit here and there. He's walked here and there.
Okay,
he's a bottom line guy, though. He hasn't blown a save. He hasn't given up a run yet. Did you ever close? Did you ever close a game?
Yes, I have 1 career save, Bob. Thank you for bringing that up.
How different is that mentality of?
Well, I've blown about 10 of them. You know what I mean? And I didn't realize you could blow a save in like the 6th or 7th inning, which is like kind of a weird thing. But yeah it is. I remember playing the Guardians, formerly the Indians, and coming in extra innings. I think we had a 1 or 2 run lead, and I remember just being like, okay, this was so important to me. I felt like the stakes, the weight of the appearance was even that much, I don't know, heavier or whatever. And I ended up giving a 3-run jack, lose the game to Young Gomes. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, oh man. And I thought I threw a pretty good pitch. Go look at the video. It's pretty much down the middle, so it wasn't that good.
Threw a cookie over the middle of the plate.
It felt good.
Yeah, it felt good. And
what he does is
it's incredible.
Yeah.
And I think it seems like, through all of his experiences through closing and the ups, the downs, he seemingly has like unlocked a new level mentally to consistently go out and perform. I think that's what you're seeing, is that he isn't missing a beat. And when he gives up a hit or walks a guy, he's right back in there to like fire away. So he's really impressed me in terms of what he's experienced and how he's being able to translate that into this year and what is looking like another all-star performance season.
One of the most entertaining moments, and I had to take a video of it and send it to Bob and Mike, was Rowdy Tellez knocking out a base runner with his butt. And I love that guy. I mean, you look at like his defense. I'm not saying he's like incredibly fast or anything. He's got probably decent range just because he's a big dude, but he's done a really good job at first base, and he comes up with the grand slam. And what do you make of that guy?
Oh, that was amazing. I mean, to be able to just be in the way and just brick wall that guy at first base, like, oh no. And if you look, Browdy was not even phased, like unfazed. Like, oh, did something hit was that a fly on my back? Oh man, are you okay?
Got some giant bugs in here.
Yeah, guys on the ground, just like, looking at stars for a second. He's been honestly, out the gate was a little tough to watch, and I think had some questions about, okay, can he turn it around? He's getting a decent amount of playing time. Have we seen the Rowdy that we want to see? And that's, I think, and that's the beauty of the first month. It's kind of you kind of don't know what you're going to get out of everyone quite yet, and that's why you play 162. And I think Rowdy's coming into his own, and to unleash that grand slam that he hit against his former team and just unloaded it. I mean, just a tattoo of a homer. So those. That's what I saw. I'm like, oh, this could be the turnaround of Rowdy's season. Is okay, now I'm into the swing of things. I'm feeling good. I'm getting opportunities. And he knows he's probably on a short leash at the end of the day, right? A 1-year deal, not coming in with anything mega guaranteed. So I've seen a lot of good things, and I continue to see better at bats. At bat after at bat.
Yeah, 3 games in a row with a home run. So I'm sure he'd like to stay in Toronto for like a 9-game series if he could. But
for sure, him and Cal.
Yeah, I asked this to Ryan. We had Ryan Rowland-Smith on earlier, and I'm curious to get your take on it. Is with Logan Gilbert, who's your opening day starter. He goes 7, which, by the way, is his most efficient game of the season. Threw the fewest number of pitches, and it's the longest he's gone, 7 innings. Every start after that has been the best has been 5 2/3 in terms of length. Interestingly enough, he hasn't given up damage. It's like 5 innings, 1 run, 5 innings, 2 runs. So even his last one, it was 4 2/3 innings, 2 runs, 9 strikeouts, 102 pitches. The efficiency isn't there. He's effective. He's limiting the damage. But what are you seeing from him? And Ryan was pointing to his slider, saying it's not doing what it was doing last year. It's getting fouled off. It's and they're just continuing to make contact, fouling it. Pitch counts going through the roof early. Is that what you're seeing, or what's your takeaway from his season so far?
What I'm seeing is still an outstanding pitcher and a guy that is very close to eliminating that inefficiency that we're seeing right now. What happens is when you strike out a lot of guys, you throw more pitches, right? And that's what you're seeing. He's one of the top strikeout guys in the league right now, and you have to throw pitches to strike guys out. So I think he would prefer to have more efficient outs, quicker outs. We all would, to go deeper in the games, to give your bullpen a break. But what you're seeing is his ability to get guys out is just costing him more pitches, and ultimately, when it's this early in the season, it's not necessarily wise to go out and throw 110, 115 pitches just to get to 5-6 innings, right? So the inefficiency is a little, tough to watch, because you just would expect him to go 6-7 innings based on what he's doing out there. But to protect him in the long run is going to be a good thing. And when you strike out a lot of guys, you just throw more pitches. So if he could maybe not have those 2-2 counts, 3-2 counts as frequent, and really the 0-2, 1-2 counts, and put guys away, then you're going to be able to see Logan go deep into games.
Who's a guy that comes out of the bullpen right now that makes you feel like warm and fuzzy inside? I mean, like Trent Thornton, we were talking about Gabe Spire. I mean, you look at his numbers, pretty.
I'm pointing to Gabe Spire all day right now. I think it really.
That's your lefty bias coming out.
For sure. Duh. I mean, come on, Bob. Let's go. If you only knew what it was like to be left-handed, there's not too many of us.
You guys pitch forever at baseball.
I know.
Typically.
I know. I wish I was still doing it. But seeing Gabe last year to this year, it really feels like 2 different pitchers. And I think when you saw him last year, you saw him struggle, and then he had the minor shoulder injury and was out for a minute. You didn't really see this new level of velocity that you're used to, right? I think that's a big game changer. And I think it's easy to look at a pitcher and say, hey, maybe you've regressed, you've gotten hurt. That you may not ever get back to where you were before, right? And you have to make the new adjustment of what your body can do and what you're able to do. And he put in the work this offseason and just busted his tail off. And now what you're seeing is these immense results, not only from a performance standpoint, but from an actual stuff standpoint. I mean, the 95, the 96, the 97s, those are just from the left side, and from his little package, he can really just fire it up there. And it's so fun to watch him pitch, because he's arguably, the next best pitcher compared to Munoz out of the bullpen. And he's done a tremendous job of having quick innings, striking guys out, attacking guys, not walking guys, not giving up any hits. I mean, really a bright spot. Another guy that's set up for a big year, and I'm excited to see as the season unfolds what he has continued, what he's capable of. You know, it's gonna be great.
The guy that surprised me out of the bullpen has been Vargas, or as Dan calls him, Vargy.
Well, yeah, why is there a Y or an EE on the end of everybody's name in baseball?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, they always the manager always like Vargy and
Bogey.
Well, they say Charlie. Okay, that makes sense then.
Did they call you
Furby? That's what they call
called
me.
you Furby, did they?
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always the E.
Or Bushy, or
Bushy.
something. Yeah.
But he's a guy they've had. I mean, he's gone 13 innings. He's thrown more innings than anybody in the bullpen.
You're talking about Vargy?
Yeah, Carlos Vargas. Vargy, as he's better known. 13.1, 2.7 ERA. 2.70. I mean, he's a guy you always heard about. He's got great stuff. Doesn't have his command. What have you seen out of him so far this year? Because it looks like, for the most part, he's got his command.
He's got great stuff too, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's he's got some lights out stuff, and seeing him pitch in bigger situations. I think not too long ago he came out in the 9th inning when we thought Munoz was going to come in. And he came in and got the job done. That was a bright spot, huge confidence booster for him. But really a guy that knew coming into camp, coming into the season, that it was do or die. I had to perform or else I wasn't going to have a job. And I think that's what you've seen. He's absolutely, lived up to the hype that we know he could be and how good his arm is. He's just a matter of putting it all together. And that's what you've seen. I think he's finally put it together and is getting these opportunities to shine out of the bullpen.
What'd you make of the whole Berrios situation? Supposed to roll our R's. Bob can't do it.
I can't do it.
Berrios.
Barrios. Yeah, there you go. So he starts a big deal with Cal, and so Cal's on second. He's probably trying to pick up, the grip or whatever, right? And if Barrios is showing it, too bad, right? I mean, that's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be pissed at himself.
Right.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I'd seen him pitch for a long time. I think he's been in the league since 2013. Never saw anything. What'd you make of that whole altercation there? And everybody cleared the benches and pen and the whole thing.
Yeah, I know. It's always one of those situations, especially from the bullpen side of things. It's like you run out there and you're like, oh, man, this is going to be it's one of those awesome brawls. Here we go. And then by the time you get out there, everyone's like, already, the moment's passed. And you're like, oh, okay.
They're making dinner
plans. What do we run out here for? Well, okay. It's like, but you have to run out, right? You can't not run out.
Right.
But, I think the situation was just kind of a, maybe Berrios caught himself or felt that he was caught. Like, finally someone caught on to me in my tipping pitches, and they're relaying it right in front of me, so I'm going to say something. And in a way, I think it actually caught Cal off guard. Like, wait, what's going on, man?
He seemed confused.
You're mad about something? What? So that's where, it's kind of a nothing in my mind. But
that's on the pitcher, right? I mean, that's
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean there were times I remember. I think it was 2013, and this is what happens. Like you think that you're in good position, and then you watch video, and you're like, okay, well, this is me last year versus this is me this year. Why are my hands in a different position? Or why can you see part of my grip? Like, there's just weird things that happen that you think are normal, that you think that feels right from like a, muscle memory standpoint. But sometimes you need to go back and look at the video and say, oh, there is something slightly off. And by putting my hands in this position versus this position, or, closing my hips off a little bit more before I release the ball, is just going to allow me to get back to that pitch that I know I can deliver. So, yeah. It's fascinating.
Hey, looking at this offense, and again, we spent a lot of time talking about Cal and Dylan Moore and everybody else that came up huge in this series. What's your take on what we're seeing from J.P. Crawford? The average is starting to creep up. The on base is really good, actually. The guy's taking his walk. He's got 15 walks on the season. He's hitting .213, which is good because he was under 200 for a majority of the season, but he's got a .377 on base. So starting to even out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the average is slowly creeping up, but is he a guy that you look at he was your leadoff hitter felt like forever.
Yeah.
Now he's down at the bottom of the order. What does that change your expectation of him when he's hitting down there versus a leadoff, or how do you view his role offensively speaking?
I think it changes my expectation a little bit, not entirely. What you're seeing, though, is he's getting on base. He's seeing a lot of pitches. So usually when you're on base a lot and you see a lot of pitches, the hits tend to follow. The more experience you have seeing different release points and, different speeds, different angles, the better off you're going to be in the future for more opportunities that you see when those situations arise again. So
plus it helps the guy who's on deck.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. I think the expectation of a leadoff hitter versus an 8 or 9 hitter is definitely different because most of the time that leadoff hitter is a tone setter, right? Like you're gonna set the tone, you're gonna get on base, you're gonna run around, you're gonna score, and I think there's a modified version of that in the 8 to 9 hole that's where JP is right now, and I would love to see JP back in the leadoff role. Right? That would be great if we could see the JP of old, of what we know he's capable of. But I think he's actually in a perfect position to continue to have great at-bats at the back of the lineup to really set up the beginning of the lineup. So to see him getting on base and just ultimately having better at-bats, I think that's the one thing that when you look at it from like an at-bat per at-bat standpoint, there are at-bats you're always going to get beat. You're going to throw those away. Okay, you swung at a bad pitch or the pitcher beat you or threw a great pitch, but he's having a lot better at-bats overall and not swinging at pitches that he can't handle. So I think you see more of that out of JP. I would imagine that, he's a 260, 270 hitter. So it's just a matter of time before the dominoes start falling and hits start going his way. So he's certainly seeing enough pitches right now.
So we're watching the Mariner games, and you're looking at like the view of the pitcher, right? And you see all these people in the stands and everything. How hard is it to just block that out? And also, what's like the weirdest thing that you've ever noticed that a fan did trying to distract you?
Oh, man, that's a good question. And it's different from different stadiums you go to, right? I mean, I think from like a TV standpoint, when you're looking at it, sometimes that backdrop seems like, wow, it was right in your face,
Right.
From the advertising to the fan perspective. And I think initially, I'm not going to lie, like when you're a rookie and you're going through it for the first time, everything feels bigger.
Yeah.
Everything feels like more just in your face, and you're just trying to just block it out as best you can. But at the same time, you're also hearing from everyone, hey, just take it all in right now. Take it all in. You're just like, well, I don't know if I can take it all in right now. Like, I didn't try to block it out so I can focus and perform here. So sometimes it's best to do that before the game, before the fans show up. Go like stand on the mound, get a sense of what it feels like,
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it can totally get in the way. And from things I've seen, I mean, trying to think specifically ballparks that come to mind. But I've definitely seen like, the 50-year-old, throwing down a beverage with a shirt off, it's like, okay, all right, it's a warm day. I get it, but I'm trying to strike this guy out and you're over here having a cold one,
Nobody over the age of 50 should be.
I know. He felt comfortable. So
Yeah.
He felt good. He felt good about himself.
Right.
Hey, what Julio is a guy we're always going to talk about. He's the guy you paid. He's the guy they market. He's going to be the superstar. This road trip, he's 3 for 23. What? I don't know what Dan's method should be. They try to get him more at bats in spring training to account for slow starts. Looked like it was going to work. The home runs happened early. Since not happened, he's been a leadoff hitter. They moved him down. What do you think? Is it just a time to go, you know what, this is just one of those guys who starts slow, and that's who he is? Or is there a remedy that you see? My saving grace with him is he's taking walks, which is good. I mean, he's shown some patience, but you're paying him to go out there and do damage.
Yeah. No, I think be patient with Julio is the best approach right now.
You just leave him in the 2-hole.
Yeah, let him be patient because he can be a catalyst to the offense in that 2-hole. So I am not overly concerned with that recent performance. But what I've seen, and he's had a couple at-bats where I go, man, that's the at-bat. He needs to have those at-bats. That's the at-bat. And he may get out, but sometimes he's gotten it done where he kind of hits the ball the other way, keeps himself in the at-bat, and doesn't swing at a pitch that just ultimately he can't hit. And I think,
how would you pitch him?
How would I pitch him? I would probably
off speed, low and away.
Yeah, I mean, for me, my bread and butter was the slider, so there's a good chance I'd just throw him multiple 80% sliders, maybe try and sneak in a heater in, keep him honest, and then just slider down and in and just like try to back foot him. I think when Julio gets his hands out and he can extend, that's when he can hit the ball very hard. But I look at just the at-bats he's having and saying, okay, how can you have better at-bats? How can you ultimately sacrifice what you're trying to do up there? Okay, we know you want to hit homers, you don't want to drive runs in, but put the ball in play. Like actually have an at-bat and grind it out and say, okay, I know that this is tough, and accept the fact in the moment that it feels like this pitcher is better than you think, or the ball's jumping on you. Okay, what adjustments can I make in that mid at-bat? I mean, that's the name of hitting, like game of hitting is like, what can I do to figure out my own self amongst what the pitcher's trying to do? And it's like, okay, I only have so many strengths, and I can't deviate from the plan too much because otherwise I'm going to get beat. So figuring out where I need to be focusing on, like where's my vision at when the ball comes in. If I don't see it in that zone, I can't be swinging at it. I can't go aggressive and try and be the hero. It's like, no, okay, if I'm in that situation and I find a pitch that's really tough to hit, then I just got to figure out a way to throw the hands at it and put the barrel on the ball and let my legs do some action here, because he has the talent to run around the bases and do some great things. So, I say be patient with him, but take these at bats and really try to get the most out of every at bat and not think that, okay, I got to hit a homer here, I got to drive a run in here. Like, no, you just got to hit the ball hard, keep the guys moving, let the offense continue to cook, and I think it'll turn out pretty good.
Charlie, we appreciate you, man. We'll do it again next week.
Let's do it. Looking forward to it.
There he is, Charlie Furbush, with us each and every week in studio talking Mariner baseball with a former Mariner reliever. Always great stuff. Coming up, you get him a day early this week, El Hombre. Michael Bradley coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show
with Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
John, since we talked to you last week, there's a new backup quarterback in town.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
I think it's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like. It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really like, okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better kind of put a bow on it.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable, with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy 1 window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
What do you get when you assemble 50 manufacturers with over 400 new and used RVs plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get an RV buyer's dream. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
The Oki Golf Platinum Players Card is the best value in golf, with 7 prepaid rounds, discounted guest passes, and green fees. And now through April 30th, Oki Golf is offering 1 free bonus round with purchase of the Platinum Players Card. Visit okigolf.com today to secure yours.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and if you're interested in a backyard oasis, come explore the latest trends in outdoor living, patio, and deck design during the grand opening of People Come First Construction Group's new Luxury Design Center. It's this Friday starting at 11 a.m. and is a special offer. During the event only, PCF Group will cover the sales tax on grills, appliances, furniture, hot tubs, and more. Plus, meet industry designers and innovators, as well as celebrity guests, including, well, yours truly from 3 to 5 p.m., along with current NFL player Brady Russell and NFL alumni president Randall Morris. The new PCF Group Design Center is designed to be an immersive experience for customers, showcasing just how outdoor spaces elevate home living, relaxation, and entertainment. Food and beverages will be available, giveaways, and you'll have the chance to view their state-of-the-art virtual reality system. So come check out PCF Group's new exterior design premier gallery. Grand opening this Friday starting at 11 a.m. For more details, visit PCFgroup.com or call 206-992-0364.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre. That was a catastrophe. I know. That's a new low. Roz is better. El Hombre. The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it. El Hombre.
A day early, everybody. He's here. It's a day early. It's a gift. It's an Easter gift, is what it is. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline.
It's a booby prize.
Oh, see, now you're going to get him firing on you. The one, the only El Hombre, Michael Bradley, is here with us. Go ahead. Have at him, Michael.
No, seriously, it's like it's like picking on like the Grizzlies or something.
Oh.
You know, why would I?
Why would you're not even going to waste the energy? I got you.
No, it's not needed.
Hey, I want to ask you about something that just happened out here today with the Seattle Kraken. They fired their coach after one season. So when they hire their next coach, it'll be their third head coach in their 5 years of existence. And the guy that's hired him has been promoted to team president. I mean, you've had one playoff run. It has not been a good run with your coaches. And the guy that's been picking them gets promoted. That seems an odd sequence of events, isn't it?
Hockey makes little sense about how they do things. Guys can stick around in the league and coach 17 different clubs over the course of 30 years and take one of them to the Stanley Cup Finals once, and then the rest of them all have losing records. And then other guys get 1 year and they're gone. It's tough to tell. the fact that 16 teams make the playoffs out of the 30 clubs isn't a good thing for coaches, because it's sort of like, why aren't you in this tournament? And you never know what happens behind the scenes. Did the players hate him? Was there a problem with the culture in the dressing room? You just never can tell.
Hey, Michael, what did you make of Travis Hunter's comments about saying, hey, look, if I can't play both ways, I mean, if you're a veteran in the league, you're like, I'm going to kill this kid, or, they're going to, he would have a target, I would think, just because he's a little on the cocky side. But I don't know, maybe it was said in tongue in cheek or whatever, but how did you take it?
Well, first of all, I got my hip boots out because it was such a steaming pile of BS that I had to make sure I didn't get any on me. Yeah, this guy's gonna go out into the workforce and conquer the world.
Yeah.
No, he's gonna play football. And here's the thing: you better come in and you better be in the best shape of your life. And you don't know what NFL shape is versus college shape. You're not playing against some slot receiver from Iowa State or something. So that's the first thing. And then second of all, you better put your head down, keep your mouth shut, or you're going to catch a pass over the middle, and some veteran's going to put you on your backside. You're not going to be able to get up. It's like you can't control the NFL. The one thing is, if you're John Elway or you're Drew Brees or you're a couple of these guys, Eli Manning, you can control it a little bit.
Yeah.
But he ain't them. He's not a quarterback. And as good as he might be, he's not coming in playing 120 plays a game. It's just not going to happen. So come in and say, figure out how you're going to use me. I'll do whatever I can to help the club, and let's go. But don't be a jerk. And that was a jerk move. And I just laughed at it because it was sort of like, come on, it's not going to happen. You're not, what are you going to do? Hold out? Go ahead. Go play in the UFL.
I think the three of us are the same on that.
Yeah, Dave and I at least were like, well, we read the comments, didn't hear it. Maybe there was some lightness to it. You know how things, sometimes you don't get toned. So I don't know. I read it initially. I was like, what are you bleeping kidding me, man? Who are you?
Who do you think you are?
But then I'm wondering, is that, then we get people texting in, you guys are old men and those are kids today. And maybe it is some of that. I don't know. But if I'm a GM of a team who's looking to spend millions on a draft pick and the kid is dictating terms to me before he's ever picked by a team, I'm thinking, it's probably not the attitude I want on my team. Do you think some of that is a Dion effect of just being around that environment, or do you think that's just who he may be? How do you view those?
First off, here's a message to your young texters, and I hope they can put their phones down for a second to listen to this. The three of us are where you want to be. And there's no guarantee you're going to get there. We're there. We know things. Capital K, capital T. You don't know anything. The most you may have accomplished is graduating college. Congratulations. And go out and do something before you criticize people and say that being old is a bad thing. It's a good thing. We've won. You two have your own show. I'm a professor. I've written books. And I get to talk to you guys for fun for once a week. And what are you guys doing at home? Is it Minecraft movie night? Stop it. All right. Now, on to Travis Hunter. I don't know if this is a Dion thing or this is a Hunter thing, but it's not a good look. And it could be he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's the, undeniably best athlete in the draft. So no one's going to say, we're going to drop you, because if he gets past 2 or 3, 4 is going to get him. He gets past 4 or 5 is going to get him. They're going to say, thank you so much. But don't go into an interview and say that. If you go in and say, look, I want to play both ways because I love the game. I love the sport. I want to be out there every time. I'm going to come in shape. I'm going to show you I can do it. Now that I'm coach, I'm going to say, I want this guy. But if you tell me I'm not going to play football, really? Really? Okay. Become a podiatrist or something. I don't know.
It was just, I don't know. It was hard to take those comments lightly. I was just kind of immediately like, wait, who are you? What are you doing here?
I don't think the veterans are going to like that much.
Yeah, if I'm a GM, if you're a GM and you're just thinking, man, my future rides on the success or failure of this pick, I've got a top 10 pick, and I'm thinking of spending it on this kid. That attitude wouldn't sit.
And what's he going to do? Is he going to mope? Sorry, Travis, you're going to play a cornerback to start. We'll see when you work you in at receiver. What's he going to do? Start pouting and not playing hard right out of the gate?
Yeah, I don't know.
In a free agent contract, kid.
Does he get some assurance out of the gate? Like, okay, I get X amount of plays as a receiver, X amount of plays as a cornerback, or I mean, I don't know. It's weird. But is there somebody you look at in this draft as a sleeper that, or somebody you look at that you think, yeah, he's getting a lot of hype, but I don't see this player succeeding in the NFL?
I don't look at it that way. I don't think any of the quarterbacks are going to do well. I think Tennessee's making a mistake drafting Cam Ward. I think he's good, but he's not great. Using him number one. And we talk about this all the time. Teams that pick quarterbacks in the first round simply because they need a quarterback, whether or not they think the quarterback's great. I really like Abdul Carter from Penn State. I think the tight end from Penn State is going to be dynamite. I think this kid, whoever gets him, is going to be able to use him a million different ways. Great athlete. Guy is going to be fun to watch is Mason Graham, and not to just be a Michigan honk. He's somebody who is really fun to watch because of the way he plays. He's not your typical defensive tackle. He was a wrestler. His leverage is amazing. Yes. Plays hard every time. And, it's so funny. Right before we came on, I saw a quote from Matt Rule that really stunned me. He was talking about Dylan Raiola, his quarterback, and this was courtesy of 24/7 Sports, so I would imagine it's accurate. He's a 5-star arm with a 2-star motor. The kid showed up officially listed at 230 pounds. We're not running a quarterback camp for tight ends. I need a field general, not a guy winded from the warm-up jog. At some point, potential has to meet preparation. Whoa, Matt! Holy smokes!
Wow.
So that is astounding. So I just think that this is not a draft that's going to have a lot of wow factor to it. You don't have like the wide receiver that you're going to say he's amazing, right? You're not going to have the running back. I mean, Gentry's a very good running back, but I mean, somebody might make a mistake taking him a little too early. Because I don't know if he's going to be great. So this is a sort of, to me, a meat and potatoes draft. Yeah. Build your lines up in the second, third, fourth. You might see a lot of teams trade out of the first round after we get past pick 25.
Wow. Michael, as always, great stuff. And you said it. We're all winners here. We're all winners.
We won. Right. Yeah, this isn't it's not a participation trophy kind of winner stuff.
That's right.
The kids that are criticizing us.
No orange slices.
I don't got a participation trophy. No orange slices. No, hey, Mom, the minivan's here. Let's go get Dairy Queen because we lost 14-1. This is legitimate stuff. So when you start saying, "Oh, you're old," no. We've been around. We got a guy who played in the NFL here. He knows a little bit of stuff. Holy cow.
You find him here every week, generally Tuesdays at 5 o'clock when we're not preempted by the Mariners. He's with us today, and you can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. He is Michael Bradley. We appreciate you, my friend. We will talk next week.
So long, suckers.
There you go.
Particularly good performance right there.
Somebody sent in a text said that take was cheeks. I don't think it was. I disagree, but I do still think that's funny. All right, coming up, Jose Barrios, I can't do it, attempted to explain why he wanted to fight Cal Raleigh. We're going to hear that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Hey, let me ask you a couple questions. Are you in pain? Have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you take that drastic step, I recommend you join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for a free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. The webinar will educate you on how stem cell therapy can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate cartilage in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints. Learn all about this amazing procedure and how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how Dr. Wagner determines if you're a good candidate or not. He's performed over 20,000 procedures, so he would know, and he's had tremendous success using stem cell therapy to repair shoulders. So if you're in pain, join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at his live stem cell webinar. It's this Thursday night at 6 p.m. It's free, so register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from.
Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
I honestly think this was the turning point of the series because Cal Raleigh, after the little interaction with Jose Barrios, came up the next time, had that 2-run double. Mariners never looked back. They won the final 2 games there. But this was Barrios afterwards. So hopefully I did. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Hopefully I did Jon Morosi proud there. He was trying to explain why he kind of got mad at Cal Raleigh.
I want to let him know, like, I know what he's been doing. I don't thought like the bench is gonna be go out, but you know, between Hitter and I, it's a war, and I'm there by myself, and I know Hitter can take advantage from many people. So I, you know, like a pitcher, I can't let that happen. Like I know they would still doing it, but we are competing, and I be caring about my family, you know, feed my family, you know. So that's why I react like that.
Oh no, he went to feed his family. Been a big league pitcher since 2012 or 13.
I'm guessing the meals are going to be okay moving forward.
They'll be fine.
What was he? I still don't know what he was specifically accusing him of doing. He says, I know what you're doing. What was it?
Well,
what was it he was doing?
How about what were you doing? And that's not covering up your grip on the ball. And that's fair game. Don't you think? I mean, do you think it's a little on the cheesy side, or is it totally? Because to me, it's totally on the pitcher.
Yeah, 100%.
It's gotta
I
be,
still
right?
don't know exactly what he was upset about. Like, did he think he was, again, pitch calm, you're not stealing, there's no sign to steal, so he might be thinking location or he sees his grip, but we've talked to two pitchers who might err on the side of the pitcher, right? Might be like, it's kind of cheap. They're both like, no, man, that's on you. You need to figure out. And you talked about Matt Brash talking about JP, telling him, hey, man, I can see your grip.
Yeah.
So it's 100% on him. I'm not sure what he's talking about. By the way, that's how I speak Spanish with my relatives. I just adopt an accent.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because I can't speak Spanish, and they speak Spanish to me. I'm like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, the Mariners hit 3 home runs yesterday, now have the 5th most in baseball. And after the game, Dan Wilson was asked if that part of the offense has surprised him.
I mean, I think we've talked about it a lot, but you know, that the idea of middle of the field, you're going to get your home runs. They're going to come, I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now. Guys are getting, you know, good swings on the ball. They're seeing it well, and it's been a really good stretch for the long ball. You know, today was, you know, evidence of that. But we still want to, you know, be consistent in what we do, and there's other ways to score, we've got to keep, you know, putting guys on base and getting traffic, and that's what we were able to do today, continuing to put the pressure on.
2 in the top 50, my 2 favorite players.
2 in the top 50 of
home runs.
Oh, Cal and Dylan Moore?
Yes, sir. Dylan Moore's number tied for 24th, up there with O'Neal Cruz, Austin Riley, Teoscar Hernandez. But yeah, I mean, Cal's number 1, tied with Soderstrom. Got Mike Trout at number 3, so getting the long ball going. Love it.
Yeah, well, and he's right in that they can't rely on it. They've got to figure out a way to keep traffic on the base paths and pushing across runs with base hits and, you know, being aggressive and steals and things like that. Home runs are awesome. You just can't, that's not a game plan, right? So you gotta hopefully, you know, get that offense dialed in the way they were. There was a lot of traffic. There was a lot of traffic for the Blue Jays. They were giving those numbers, and they weren't pushing across any runs.
Yeah,
they were. I wish I would have written that down, but it was a staggering number that they had throughout the series that were left on base.
Remember Paul O'Neill in Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Where he's like, I want you to hit 2 home runs. That's terrible. It's hard to hit home runs.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
Today was a popular one for the pre-draft press conferences. Pretty much every NFL GM and head coach had one, including the Jets. And their GM, Darren Muji, was asked about Aaron Rodgers and the comments that he said on the Pat McAfee show, but Muji wasn't really having much of that.
I understand the question, and I addressed that at the Combine, but today I just want to talk about the draft and Jets players.
Do you have any regrets from that meeting?
I understand the question, but I'm just going to talk about the draft and current Jets players.
Boy,
Okay, so anyways, what about Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, he's just become a black mark out there. Like, we don't even want to talk about him. We don't want to know about him. Just leave it alone. He's no longer a Jet. Let's just all move on. They just want to forget about Aaron Rodgers being part of what was going on there. And by the way, is he going to make a decision before the draft? I would think that would be helpful to any team he might be going to help craft their draft plans, assuming he's there or assuming he's not there.
Yeah.
Is he going to make an announcement this week?
Yeah, something to look forward to.
That would be, I don't know, consider it a little bit, wouldn't it?
Well, and yeah, it would probably help him out too if he's going to make that decision. But did you know that the GM for the Jets was named Darren Muji?
Muji. That's not how I would have pronounced that.
I thought it was Moogie.
No, I had to look it up.
You did?
I would have said Maugi.
It's so funny.
Like, we got a Gutenkoost.
and a
Goody.
A Goody and a Muji.
Yeah. I like how he just, was like, I've already answered your question there. I mean, he did a good job with that, but wondering what's going on with the Jets. That's kind of every year there's one clown, right? I mean, for a long time, it was the Commanders.
Yeah, Daniel Snyder.
Houston Texans for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Jacksonville a little bit just because of their owner. He's had some moments, and it's not a great atmosphere and facility and things like that. But right now it's the Jets, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it just seems like where careers go to die.
Yeah.
And if you're a young quarterback, that's probably not where you want to start, whether you're Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or Zach Wilson. It just doesn't seem to be a great environment for a young quarterback. All right, if you missed any of our show or you just want to check things out again, you can check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search for Seattle Sports on all social media platforms. We're talking about X and Instagram and Blue Sky and Threads. You can find segments like our conversations with Mariners players and Seahawks GM John Schneider. It's all up there. Meanwhile, we're going to continue with a great guest today. Our guy Jon Morosi is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com. Hold on tight. The ride of your life is about to begin.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate Chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It is a great deal. Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, incentivizing homeowners like you to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and this is a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com. And when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. Be sure to ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, their GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers nationally, and the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails and shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. Tell them Mike Salk sent you. Go to Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Take a look at your baseball scoreboard. Mariners with the day off. They'll be in Boston to start their series starting tomorrow. By the way, in case you missed the bit of news, Dylan Moore has been named the AL Player of the Week after a monster week. So congrats to Dylan Moore. Meanwhile, game's going on right now. Guardians up 6-0 on the Yankees in Cleveland. That one in the bottom of the 6th. Top of the 6th in Miami. It's the Marlins with a 3-0 lead over the Reds. They're in the top of the 4th in Detroit. Tigers up 6-2 on the Padres. Bottom of the 3rd, New York. It's the Mets up 2-0 on the Phillies. Cardinals up 2-0 on the Braves in Atlanta. That one in the bottom of the 3rd. Astros will be playing host to the Blue Jays coming up. Giants and Brewers get together. One final on the day. The next opponent for your Seattle Mariners, the Red Sox, beat the White Sox today 4-2.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more waiting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José Berríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
Oh, that open is so appropriate right now. Tell you what. Look, he's smiling, he's laughing already. He's with us each and every week. Always a great conversation with the one, the only Jon Morosi, who is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How are you, my friend?
Good evening, my friends. Happy Monday. And I was wondering, in the minutes before this segment began, would Left Coast still run the Open as usual? or is there such controversy now concerning Jose Berríos that we would have to potentially modify the Open? But he is very much top of mind for the great baseball fans of the Pacific Northwest right now.
Well, we're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. We played a clip from him, and he was saying, he told Cal Raleigh, I know what you're doing. We don't know what he was doing. Pitch comm eliminates the catcher putting the fingers down for, signs, so he couldn't be stealing signs. So maybe he saw the grip on the ball. Maybe he was tipping his pitches. He was giving away location. What do you think that was about?
Great question. I do think it was one or the other, and regardless of exactly what the motivating element was, clearly Berríos thought that Raleigh was giving something away and resulting in an advantage to the Mariners. And let's be completely clear about everything, that whatever was going on the field is totally and absolutely legal and okay. If something is happening on the field of play and you are either not doing a good enough job of hiding what pitches you're going to throw or the location, whatever it might be, and clearly it was one or the other, and really the specifics, they're important, but the key thing is here that Berríos did not like what Raleigh was doing as a teammate, which, again, is completely above board. So let's put it this way. I have zero issue with Cal doing what he was doing because it's totally above board and fine.
Right.
I suppose if you're Berríos back in the day, the way that pitchers might have handled that was by hitting the guy at the plate, which I'm not really a fan of either.
Yeah.
So given the choice between potentially injuring someone and having the benches clear and have this situation happen on the field, I would choose the latter because I don't want to see anybody get hurt. But I think that there are ways within the Blue Jays' control that could have been addressed that would have eliminated what happened on the field and certainly would have led to a better result for the Jays on that particular game.
The other thing, JP, is that isn't there also some – what about your second baseman and your shortstop? I mean, Cal picked it up, and we talked to Matt Brash one time during camp, and he says, yeah, JP came up and told me, hey, man, I can see the grip from back here, and isn't that kind of on them too a little bit?
Yeah, it is, and that's a great point. It's something where, and again, I realized that there was such a distortion about this particular issue several years ago with Houston, which is a totally different category. Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
But there has been for a long time in the game a real premium and a real respect given to those coaches and veteran players, both in the field and in the dugout, who are really good at discerning when someone is tipping pitches. It is an art form. And it is one of those things that you can't teach it. You have to just absorb it and watch a lot of baseball and pay really close attention to what's going on. Sometimes, and just for everybody listening at home, one of the tells, and I'm not saying this was a tell in this case, but a pitcher will often get a particular grip. He'll sometimes start his hand when he has the baseball in his glove with a changeup grip, because that is the pitch that results, if you're thinking about the ball being in your palm, that is the pitch that if you're going to change a fastball grip to a changeup grip once you already have come set and your glove is sort of blocked to the batter, but it's in your hand. If you then push in with the ball to go from a fastball grip to a changeup grip, the fingers of your mitt will fan out. And there are a great many hitters and people in the dugout that can pick up on that hey, when the glove fingers fan a little bit and they get a little bit of a push from the hand where they get the changeup grip, he's going to throw a changeup. be ready for it.
Wow.
And so as a result, what you see a lot of pitchers do, again, depending on what kind of repertoire they have, they'll start with a changeup grip, and then you think about it, if the ball's already firmly in that pocket of your palm, and then you want to spin it to a fastball grip, it's going to cause less of a disturbance to the glove. So you can do that with a higher degree of cloaked. Your glove is cloaked at that moment, and you're not able to the opposition's not able to pick that up on you. So it's an interesting science. And again, people that are really good at this, really smart at this. I'm just sort of relaying what I've been taught over the years. But there's a real art and science to all of this that guys who've been in the game for a long time know about. And Berríos is a veteran. He knows all this stuff too. He just left himself vulnerable, and you got to make an adjustment. And I can assure you, I can promise you this, that my colleagues sitting on the desk at MLB Network, the next night that Berríos starts, when they look at him, something's going to be different because he would have closed up that little issue that was leaving him vulnerable and may have helped the Mariners win a game. Certainly the Mariners won the game and had a great weekend, I think, overall, but that may have contributed. And sometimes, listen, there have been playoff games, championship games lost because of a pitcher tipping his pitches. And it was fascinating. I talked to Joe Torre last year for our Road to Cooperstown podcast, and I was asking him about the 0-1 World Series. Of course, Diamondbacks Yankees, one of the greatest of all time. And he said, when I asked him about that World Series, he said, you know what, we could talk about Game 7 all you want. And obviously, it ends with Mariano on the mound and Luis Gonzalez, and I could have played my infield back, and I get all that stuff. We were talking about that. But then he said, the thing that bothers me way more than the broken bat hit was that in Game 6, Andy Pettitte was tipping his pitches, and we didn't know it until it was too late, and the Diamondbacks coasted and beat us by a ton of runs. He said that's what bothers him the most, is that Pettitte was tipping his pitches, and they didn't catch it in time. And just if anybody ever wonders, how long are our memories in baseball? That game happened 24 years ago, and it still bothers Joe Torre now. And Joe Torre's got many rings. He's in the Hall of Fame, and he's still upset about it. So that just tells you how much pride all these baseball folks have.
Hey, something we've been talking about with this road trip and the season for the most part, but this road trip in particular is Cal Raleigh has just been on a tear. Dylan Moore is on a tear. He's the AL Player of the Week. Randy Arozarena is coming up with all these, his average isn't good. His on base is very good, but every hit he has seems to be clutch. Giving him the win, giving them the lead, whatever it is. Rowdy Tellez, home run, 3 straight games. The one name we're missing from there, John, is Julio Rodriguez, who went 3 for 23 so far on this road trip. What do you do? What's the answer? Just patience? Just wait. I mean, you're not going to bench him, but I don't know. Do you move him around in the lineup more? Do you just leave him in the 2-hole? Do you looking for a remedy for Julio? What is it?
Yeah, I think we're already seeing it. Obviously, he was not in the starting lineup on Saturday, and then on Sunday they had more leading off. Again, it was against a lefty, and then Julio batting second. I'm going to be really interested to see what the lineup looks like tomorrow. I think it's one of the most interesting lineups the entire year. You're at Fenway Park, a place that's usually good to hit in, a place that maybe Julio's poised to get on track and start hitting well there. But we haven't really seen it. Now, his performance was better on Sunday, again, against the lefty, so maybe that was part of it. But I thought that lineup looked pretty good. And listen, I understand there's a dramatic split with Dylan Moore. He's much better against lefties. I get all that. But the dude's also the reigning American League Player of the Week, and he started of the last 4 games they had against the righties, he started 3 of them. So, I mean, to me, Dylan Moore belongs in this lineup every day now. And it's just a question of how you round out the rest of the group aside from him. And when a guy's going this hot, play him. Let him lead off on Tuesday. Why not? I think that there's an argument to be made that if Julio had a good game batting second, it's not a question of ability here. He's just either he's late or he's chasing, but whatever it is, he doesn't look like himself yet. And I think when you talk about a player who's as talented as he is not that far. He cannot be that far away. And I think they have to really just work on whatever gets him to the proper headspace to perform, because he hasn't forgotten how to hit. He's just not hitting right now. And if there's any solace, he has had stretches like this before, especially early in the season. We all thought and hoped that this year was going to be different. Well, it's not. He's gotten off to another poor start. And if he's able to pick it up, in the next little while. Maybe, again, they bat him down in the lineup, do some different things there. But the other guys are playing too well, and maybe you just keep Polanco second and you bump Julio down further if you can find a way to keep Moore or maybe even Mastrobuoni to lead off here and there until Julio finds himself. But, Moore's going too good and Raleigh's going too good and Rosarena's going too well to not capitalize on what you've got going on right now. So it's, like I said, tomorrow's lineup, I've got like a little calendar reminder in my mind. I'm going to check it as soon as it's posted because it's going to tell us a lot about what Dan Wilson believes he can get out of Julio and how he can do it.
Rowdy Tellez is one of those guys, just looking at him physically, I think he's listed at 6'4", 270. I call him kind of the dancing bear. He's got good feet, actually, for a big guy, but he's really fun to watch. I think, and people say that a lot, but I mean, there's just something about him. You look over the last 8 games, JP, and he's killing it, man. I mean, he's got 10 strikeouts, but 10 RBIs, 4 home runs. He had the big grand slam, but I don't know. I mean, I think I'm swayed a little bit just because I like watching him play because he looks like an offensive tackle trying to play baseball. But, yeah, he's strangely, I would say, strangely athletic for somebody his size. Is it?
I'm going to give you a comp from the beloved 2009 Seattle Mariners. There's a lot of Russell Branyan in his game.
Russell Branyan.
There's a Russ Branyan there.
Remember that name.
Oh, he was Russ was a really good first baseman.
Played for Cleveland, right?
Yeah, he played for Cleveland. That was back when in probably one of the, I don't know, it was not one of the better optimized rosters in the history of the Seattle Mariners. I think that for a while they had Griffey, Sweeney, and Branyan as sort of like a three-way platoon at DH and first base, which, again, it's probably not the most athletic looking of a lineup at that moment in time, but be that as it may, I'm a big Rowdy Tellez fan. And the thing about him, first of all, he's great in the clubhouse. Second of all, as Alan Roden learned, you don't want to run into him at first base. That's not a good idea. You should not do that. Do not try that at home. And he also, for a team that at times has struggled to produce runs, he gives you what the great Ernie Harwell used to always say were instant runs. He can just hit the ball over the fence. And for a team that at times will scuffle to string hits together and build rallies, again, they've been better this year than they've been for a lot of the last several years. So I'm not going to in any way downplay what we've seen so far. But if he's batting 7th for you or 6th and he's lingering there, yeah, he's probably going to strike out once a game. That's just that you accept that. But if he hits the ball over the fence enough times, you're in good shape. And I'm a really big fan of what he brings to this team. And I think that going forward, he's got a role. Listen, I mean, for this team, you think about the way the lineup looks, for me, he's got a spot on this roster until someone says otherwise.
So before I let you go, quickly, just looking at what this team has done, they've won 4 series in a row. They're getting it done. They're finding ways. The bullpen was phenomenal in this Blue Jays series because you had short starts from Logan Gilbert and Luis Castillo and a 12-inning game. When you look at them, do you look at it and say, yep, the way they're doing it is sustainable? Or do you look at it and say, this needs to change in order to keep this train rolling?
They just got to keep playing. I think they're on a good trajectory. I would not, again, the numbers can sometimes fool us a little bit, but right now Baseball Reference has them at 88.5% to make the postseason. 88.5. And that takes into consideration what's already happened and what they're all projected to do. Now, part of that's probably saying that Julio is not going to be a sub-200 hitter for the rest of the season. But I like this team, and they've had some young guys come up. I think you've even seen someone like Williamson has got something to offer. Rivas is a valuable utility guy. Mastrobuoni has been, I think, an unsung hero so far in this season. Polanco has looked really good. This is the best version of the Mariner lineup that we have seen, I think, in at least 3 years. And so you pair that with a pitching staff that's expecting to get Kirby back maybe May or June, depending on, I know Pete Woodworth talked about this recently with Daniel Kramer. That's what I'm seeing there, and you got one of the best closers in baseball. What I'm just describing right there is usually, and I caution this, usually a playoff team. Usually. And again, 88 point. And it's not just me saying it. The numbers say it too. So keep the faith, Seattle. You had a really chippy game there in Toronto. Your guys showed some grit there. They all stood up for Cal. It's all really good, positive things. And now I think we'll know a bit more about this team after 3 games at Fenway. It's a hard place to win a series, and I think the Seattle Mariners have a very good chance to do that.
John, you're the man. We appreciate you, my friend. We look forward to the conversation each and every week, and we'll do it again next week.
Looking forward to it, guys. Next week we'll talk about maybe the Pistons getting back into the series against the Knicks. That was a devastating fourth quarter over the weekend. I was as dialed into the Pistons as I've been since the days of Billups and Rip Hamilton, and I just said, "Oh my gosh, what happened in that fourth quarter against New York?" My goodness.
Well, hang on. I'm sorry. I know we're supposed to let you go, but I got to ask you: the Kraken fired their head coach after 1 year. They're going to have a third head coach in what'll be 5 years. And their GM gets promoted to president, and he's the one making those decisions. How does that work?
That is, there's a lot going on there, Bob. A lot going on there. What I would say is this: if Ron Francis is going to be, and he's got a great career in the game, Hall of Fame person, obviously. If Ron's going to be more of the big picture, Jason Botterill, he knows talent, and this team, it's not that far away. They need, I do agree with the idea, and credit for Elliot Friedman for being first to report on this. They maybe needed a bit of a new voice. Clearly, if you're making all these changes, though, they didn't make a ton of changes to the roster outside of adding, obviously, a center, and then they add Montour in the back end the last offseason. They need to do, I think, a bit more as they move forward this year, and this may mean moving out a core player here or there. They've got to get younger. They have to get more athletic, I think, and just be a more entertaining product. I think that's part of the reason why you've seen the ticket prices change and maybe a bit of a different approach to the fan base. They realize the Kraken you have to do something different to keep the fans engaged at a time where it's still a young team in the market. So I think it's a very crucial wintertime, or a very crucial summertime, I should say. And the Kraken with Jason Botterill at the controls, they've got a lot of work to do.
All right, John, we appreciate you. We'll talk next week.
All the best, guys. Thank you. Really enjoyed it.
There you go. Jon Morosi with us each and every week. If you missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. I thought he might be excited. We asked him a hockey question. It wasn't really about games going on, but just about what appears to be a level of dysfunction with the Kraken for a very young franchise.
I sure liked Ron Francis and just the things that he said over the years, and we got a chance to interview him in the pretty early going.
Yeah.
And
but he's the one hiring the head coaches, and you're blowing him out after a year, and
I mean,
then you get promoted.
I wonder what the answer is to that, because it's a fair question to ask. But I don't know. I know he's highly respected, and both as a player and then as management. So,
well, it's not the only industry we've seen people fail up. So it happens.
Yeah,
we've seen that, Dave. Meanwhile, the Julio thing, and people love texting and telling us he's not a superstar. Stop saying that. He's not right now. He's not playing like one. So I'll agree with you for the time being. He's capable. He's played at that level. We've seen it. I just don't know what the answer is. I mean, you're not going to bench him. In favor of who?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We've seen this guy just tear the league up for weeks at a time. His problem is just starting that. I don't expect him to be, bashing the way he did during those streaks from April until, September. But you got to have something that resembles a bit more consistency. And you got to chip. And I like that other guys are chipping in. The other guys are getting it done while he's down. So it makes it less of a glaring issue. But when you start looking at the numbers, if Dylan wasn't hot and Cal wasn't hot, you're looking at Julio. That light shines brighter on you. So luckily for him at this point, you got a number of other guys, especially in this series, this road trip, that have really stepped up.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, Tellez isn't going to hit like this. The whole, what he's done the last 8 games has been unbelievable.
3 games in a row with a home run.
Yeah, and then same thing with Cal and
Dylan.
But the one that I think can continue like this is Polanco. I mean, he has just been very solid. But anyway, my point is that at some point he's going to have to be the hero, and like the bullpen was, as you mentioned, over the weekend. So that part of it, just a slow starter.
Yeah,
but in some I guess to be positive, like he's at 3 home runs right now, and I think it took him till like May.
Yeah, toward the end of May, I think, last year, which,
so,
we're trying to find all these silver linings in what is kind of an awful start again. So, yeah, some things are better. He's taking some walks. He's showing some patience up there. Had a double yesterday. Okay, so maybe that's the start of it.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll punish the green monster out there in Boston. We'll find out.
Have you seen anything defensively other than above average or excellent?
No, outside of a couple of moments of miscommunication with him and was it Raleigh where the ball dropped between them?
Yeah.
Was it Raleigh that was out? I can't remember who was out there, but yeah, it was a couple, and I tend to put it on him because that's your general, your center fielder, your shortstop. Those are your generals. They call you off, you make the calls. Doesn't matter where you're at in the field. They make the call, you get out of the way, you peel off. So I tend to put that on him, even though I who knows what happened there. But overall, no, I think he's been very good defensively. He hasn't taken his struggles from the plate out into the field, which is good.
Rosarena and Robles annoyed me a little bit, or frustrated,
Some
I would
of the
say.
throws, yeah.
Some of the throws, yeah. Missing the cutoff guy or just way offline, but haven't really seen that from Julio.
Seattle Sports is the home of the Seahawks and your home for the 2025 NFL Draft. You can find us on the radio, the app, and our YouTube page for complete coverage of the Hawks' 5 top 100 picks. Our coverage starts Thursday, 4 p.m. with the John Schneider Show. As I said, he's going to tell us each and every one of their picks and their complete strategy. He'll unveil. I'm just kidding.
After the draft?
After the draft. Well, yeah. Even then, he probably wouldn't tell us. And it continues through every Seahawks pick, so you can follow along via the Seattle Sports app. Well, John told us something multiple times over the past few weeks that could make for an interesting draft night. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
John, since we talked to you last week, there's a new backup quarterback in town.
Yeah.
Drew Lock.
I think it's a great situation. We have 4 guys that we really like. It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really like, okay, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better kind of put a bow on it.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, let me ask you a couple of questions. First, are you in pain? Secondly, have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? It's Dave Wyman here, and before you take that drastic step, I recommend you join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for a free live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. The webinar will educate you on how stem cell therapy can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate cartilage in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints. Learn all about this amazing procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how Dr. Wagner determines if you're a good candidate or not. And he would know. He's performed over 20,000 procedures and has had tremendous success using stem cell therapy to repair shoulders, knees, ankles. So if you're in pain, join Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at his live stem cell webinar this Thursday night at 6 p.m. That's this Thursday night at 6 p.m. It's free, so register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it, too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
The Mariners have a great slate of giveaways and special events all season long. Don't miss your chance to score a City Connect Captain's Hat Friday, April 25th, and a Moose Shoulder Plush Saturday, April 26th. Then get ready for a special Mother's Day weekend at the ballpark Friday, May 9th through Sunday, May 11th, featuring a clear purse giveaway for the first 10,000 moms on Sunday, the 11th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Go to mariners.com/promos to get your tickets and check out the complete promotion schedule.
Michael Bumpus here, and have you ever thought, I'm not good enough to get a golf handicap, or I don't play enough golf to get one? Maybe you just like to have fun and don't think you need one. Think again. Any golfer, whether they're highly skilled or just starting out, can get a handicap. It can turn any round into a competition, for fun, or for a club trophy. You can get a handicap in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, boom, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company.
Can I introduce just a running question for this week since the draft?
Sure.
What's more fascinating? We were just talking about this during the break. The first round bust or the free agent that goes undrafted?
It turns into a star.
It's a huge star.
Yeah.
John Randall.
Yeah.
Guy was undrafted. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How do you miss that? I get it back in the days because if you go on the internet and look, there's lots of players from like the 60s and 70s and maybe even 80s. They just didn't have enough information.
But there were a lot more rounds back then where you could take a chance on a. So it's even more of a curiosity back then. I understand you didn't have the info you have and the access now, but you had so many more rounds to maybe take a risk in the 10th round on a player, right?
But you look at him now, and I'm sorry to bring it up, and you just did too. It's the first one I always think of is Aaron Curry.
Yeah.
But the other one that I think about on the other side is Doug Baldwin.
Yeah.
You know, how do you not draft Doug Baldwin?
Or even Brock Purdy. Like, what is it?
Yeah.
How does every team miss on a certain player that?
Jermaine Kearse is another one, by the way. Yeah. So, I love Jermaine. He's made some of the most iconic, like for the Seahawks anyway. Anyway, so add that question if you want to text it in 866-979-3776. Mac and Jack's text line.
Yeah, I'm personally more intrigued by that 7th round or free agent, the guy that, was an afterthought almost, and nobody saw this greatness that they turned into. Like, how did every team's evaluation process miss?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Meanwhile, we talked to John Schneider last week. We'll talk to him the day of the draft at 4 p.m. But, we talked about the quarterback situation. They had just signed Drew Lock back, so technically they have 4 quarterbacks on the roster. Who's the 4th guy again? Jaron Hall? Jaron Hall.
Just Hall. Remember Hall.
Just okay.
That's it.
That's
because he's on like the practice squad or something.
Yeah. So they've got 4 quarterbacks, but he said that does not preclude them from drafting a quarterback.
It doesn't preclude us from doing anything in the draft either, and figuring out what's going on there. It's really like, let's get this in the mix. Drew had other opportunities, so we figured we better wrap this up, kind of put a bow on it, get him in the building, and then, let's see what happens in the draft because, it's difficult to find that right fit at quarterback as you move through the process. So, yeah, really excited to have, all 4 of those guys, but, in particular to have Sam Howell and Drew kind of competing for that second spot's a pretty good deal for us.
By the way, when he said all 4 of those guys, were you like me going, who's the 4th one?
I thought he made a mistake.
I didn't want to ask him there, but I was like, wait, 4.
Well, that's how dialed in he is to his roster. I mean, he he knows exactly what's going on, and
that he brought up unsolicited. We didn't ask him about the draft as far as drafting a quarterback. That he brought up on his own, which is what prompted me to tell you later, like, I think one of their 10 picks will be spent on a quarterback.
Yeah.
Not saying it's number 18, but it could be their 5th, 6th, 7th round. I don't know. Somewhere in there, I feel like maybe there's a guy they look at and say, he's a diamond in the rough. We're going to kick the tires on this guy and try to develop him.
Yeah, and he said that doesn't preclude us from picking a quarterback there.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's like I said the other day. Your take's more interesting than mine. I just wouldn't think so. But now we heard today that there's possibility that that they trade Sam Howell.
Yeah.
So I mean, and that's why would he mention that? I mean, I feel like that's going to happen because if you're him, he might have respectfully come up to John's office and said, I'm talking about Sam Howell, and say, hey, look, I'm just not happy here. I think my career can, somewhere else can take off. And so, just matters, as to what you can get in return for him. But, they were pretty high on him, but it just didn't work out for him. And we talked about all the different, whether it was body language or just the way, John mentioned preparation. Maybe a lack of preparation, like was he not in shape or
no.
I don't know. I mean, there's lots of
That's not a good comment.
No, it's not. So, and I'm not sure that's exactly what John means. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'd just say just overall, it just didn't work out. This wasn't the place for him. So I would not be surprised at all to see him get traded, but I'll just be interested to see how the whole thing washes out because you gave them a 4th and a 6th or a 3rd
and a
5th,
for
and they
a 4th
gave us
and
a 4th and a 6th.
And Sam Howell. Now the other bit of ammo that I'm using to prop up my idea that they're going to draft a quarterback somewhere is we asked them about the idea that, well, by every analyst out there estimation, this is not a good quarterback draft.
Yeah, I'd be careful when you hear people say this isn't a great draft.
It's been said by kind of everybody.
It's a bit, heck yeah.
Everybody knows.
Every
John.
team that's been out there talking about it on national television, right? Yeah. No, I think it depends on the team, how they view the player, the quarterback. Again, how you're going to acquire him, where you're going to acquire him. But, bringing him through the building is another, it's really about, okay, more time. We need more answers. We need more time with this player based on the questions that we need answered in terms of the vision we see for this player and the fit. It's not necessarily like it's separate from how you can acquire the player on draft weekend.
So we kind of mocked the experts out there.
Well, wouldn't you if you were him? Yeah. I mean, you might say, hey, look, I mean, most of the mock draft guys they're connected. Like Bucky Brooks used to work in the NFL, so I'm sure he's got tons of guys around the league. And then, is there somebody sneaking up behind me right now?
Yeah, Adam Ray.
I'm a little worried.
This guy.
Worried. There he is. Oh, he was on his hot date. Now he's coming over to talk to us.
A speeding ticket.
There you go.
This?
No, we were turning your mic on. Oh. There,
Are we on?
Yeah, you're on. You're live.
This
Adam
is the
Ray.
most. Let me get in the middle of the most. I was just telling Mike, which by the way, Mike, like I want Lefko to narrate my life because as I'm walking in, I go, "Can I pee real quick, or am I going to make this segment even shorter?" He's like, "No, we're at a break right now. So just walk down the hallway and the hallway."
So we're not in a break. We just walked
Mike,
in anyway.
let me
so
finish my story. For the love of God, dude. And he goes, I just walk down there, then go to the bathroom, and then come back. Like him telling me to go to the bathroom, I was like, it was really peaceful the way he was like, just go in there and pull your zipper down and take it out or don't, and just stand there and wash your hands or don't. You're going to get to pee in the same urinal that Mike's dog pees in. So that's a big deal.
There was a stream of text going back and forth, and I was asking Mike, I go, is Adam coming in or not? And he goes, I don't know. And and I said to Matt, I go, he's frustrating Lefko right now. And Lefko goes, no, he's frustrating himself right now.
I was. Well, it was 20 minutes away, and then I took a wrong turn, and then I was calling my sister and brother-in-law. My sister started a new job today, and I was going to go meet them for dinner after this. And then I got pulled over because at one point I had the phone. The story gets better. I knew you were about to ask that, Dave. You son of a bee. So I looked down, and for the 1 second, I looked down, and I'm a pretty good LA driver, so already on the defensive and everyone's trying to make you crash. And I looked down for a second, and then put my phone to the side, and then on the Bellevue, is it the Bellevue Bridge? What's the bridge that connects 520, and pulls over on that tiny shoulder, and the guy gets out, and he seemed real young, sweet dude, and then he
pulled you over on the bridge?
On the bridge, on the shoulder, and got out. And I was like, and I was just real cooperative. And then he was like, came back and gave me $140 holding the phone ticket.
Man.
Oh, he saw you holding the phone.
So, Mike, I will be sending you a Venmo request for $140.
Maybe we can all chip in.
Yeah. No. What is? Yeah, are we already done? By the way.
Well, we are with this segment, so we're going to come back with you. So we're going to commercial break.
A teaser.
There you go. We're going to hear more about his adventures on getting
Matt,
there.
how you doing? Matt, I know you were allowed to drink during the show. If you guys can't see at home, but Matt has 2 twisted teas on either side while he's holding a lemon lime Zima?
It's the only way I can make it through this show, man. Don't tell on me.
Oh, funny.
I was going to say, he's got 3 of them, one for each of us.
Yeah, Matt, have you ever done a Jello shot?
Have I ever done a Jello shot?
I think that's what I just said into a microphone and headphones. Yeah. Yes. You have? And what, last time
Are we talking today or just in life in general?
Oh, let's cut to a commercial break, dude.
Yeah.
This feels like we need to lay you down on a couch and get into some therapy.
We're going to do that next. Adam Ray in studio with us. We'll continue. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Hey, come on.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Will Sam Howell play for the Seahawks in 2025?
If I had to bet today, crystal ball, no. I think he gets moved.
Every day at 7:45.
Sam is trying to see, can I still be a starter in this league? And I bet you once that Drew Lock deal gets done, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sam's people reached out to John and the personnel department and said, hey, find a better spot for him.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
PetterGasLaw.com.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's our 23rd anniversary, and we're celebrating by giving you the chance to become a millionaire. That's right, a chance at $1 million. Join us on this road to riches every Saturday in April, with 2 winners drawn every hour from 4 to 9 p.m. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 10 p.m. on the 26th, we're giving away a 2025 Mercedes-Benz worth $50 grand. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house, trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Dave Wyman here for my friends at Harley Exteriors, a local company serving all of Western Washington for the past 23 years. I'm really excited to work with Harley Exteriors because they're my kind of people. I had Ray, Chris, and Nick out to my house just to see what they could do for us. You see, we've been in the same house for 24 years, and virtually every window in our home has a broken seal. Harley Exteriors has an exclusive high-quality Euro vinyl Olympic Series window manufactured right here in Washington, and these windows are designed specifically for homes in the Pacific Northwest, helping to maximize energy, efficiency, and beauty. It's a window you can trust to last the life of your home. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Through April, buy one window and get the second for 40% off. Harley Exteriors are big fans of the station, and they're excited to work with our listeners, and I'm proud to be working with Ray, Chris, and Nick. It's a team you can get behind. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It is Wyman and Bob. We got our buddy Adam Ray in studio with us last night. And for those of you that were with us at the beginning of the show, I was talking about an event last night at the Tacoma Comedy Club, which for Seahawks fans and comedy fans was a huge event. Very cool. Adam Ray hosting, I don't know, would you call it almost a podcast of sorts? Let's go ahead and turn
and
that
Sonic
on.
fans too, right?
Yeah. Oh, everyone was decked out in Sonic's.
Yeah, there were jerseys everywhere because Sean Kemp and Gary Payton were up on stage with him, and Adam was basically interviewing them, and in a very loose, casual way. You know, all the gloves were off. It was
all the gloves were off. I mean, let's see, cocktails were being poured, huh?
There was no laws.
There were no well, I mean,
no
I'm
laws
not
being
sure.
abided by up there.
It was tough because Sean has Kemp's cannabis, and so he was like, it'd be cool if we, it was Easter. Happy belated Easter, by the way. And what a wild holiday. Does anyone know what the bunny has anything to do with it? Because I know that there's.
No.
We don't need to turn this into a episode of Nancy Grace or no. Who's the political?
Which one?
Steve Bannon. I don't know. Bill Maher. Who's that? Matt. What's the guy that you have the poster above your bed? Who's the guy? Tony Robbins. Who is it?
Tony Robbins.
Anyway, we had a good time. We were puffing and we were sipping, and it was great. I guess live podcast is the way to describe it because, I had some clips I played, pulled up some pictures, but I really tried to. I've watched every iconic Sonic interview they've done, or Simply Seattle. Shout out who they gave a bunch of merch to us to give out for a little Sonics trivia game I did. But, they've been asked all the questions, like, when are the Sonics coming back? And they brought it up instinctively a few times, but it wasn't something I was even going to hit because I try to at least listen to the, athletes are people too. They can be silly. Some guys just don't have it in them, but like getting to know Gary and Sean a little bit, I knew that like I could have a good time. They both seen me do stand-up and been to shows, and Gary was in Vegas when I was there a few years ago and brought a whole crew and stayed and hung. And so when people get to see you in your element a little bit, it makes them loosen up just to be around you off stage. But like there was a whole moment where I talked about in the Champions of Change game that Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett and Doug Baldwin put on, that Gary and Sean were my coaches the first year. And Gary put me in, and I went up, and I was like, dude, I'm all hustle. I know I'm not Jamal Crawford or Isaiah Thomas, but I got heart. And I'm going to leave it all on the floor. And then I missed a fast break layup, and Gary called a timeout to take me out of the game. And I told that story, and he was dying laughing. And I go, I'm over it though. I go, clearly, I just talked about it for 10 minutes, But and Gary was laughing. He was like, yeah, I remember you were up there, but you were working, but you. And then I go, in my defense, Sean even said somebody needs to cherry pick, and he looked right at me. So I had a cherry pick body at the time, if you can remember, and Bob does because he doesn't let me forget it. But yeah, it was a good time, and it'll be on my YouTube. We taped with like 6 cameras, and
there were tons of. I mean, it was sold out.
Yeah,
but there were so many people in jerseys there. I was stunned how many Peyton Kemp jerseys. People had pictures that they had autographed. They had shoes. They had dolls. They had everything there to be signed.
They had dolls. Somebody was wearing a Mike Lefko is Life like hoodie that they made, like Lefko is Life or something. Who was that, Mike? Did you make that and send it to? Who was that?
That was me, actually. Yeah. You didn't realize I snuck in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you were wearing that Mr. Potato Head mustache.
By the way, there was a guy that was in line they were set up in front of this backdrop, Gary, Sean, and Adam, and they were doing photos with everybody. And the guy goes up to Gary and goes, "This is the greatest day of my life, even better than the day he was born." And he was pointing to his son that was with him.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you don't. Yeah. I mean, think about I mean, even when I first met them, it was like when I met Brock Hewitt, I was like, I can't believe my life. Do you know what I'm saying?
That you get a chance to meet Brock Hewitt.
I was like, I've only heard about the biggest head to eyeball ratio in the history of sports broadcasting. No, but so I mean, it's still very cool for me. I mean, it was. My stepdad George said, he goes, it was really apparent that you were a fan too, and that's like cool to watch. You sift through the questions in the interview, but also like be excited to be there. People like to see that. It's the same thing with stand up. If you're having a good time, people hopefully have a good time. But yeah, we'll put that on my YouTube. Who knows what parts we'll edit out. There was some fun stuff when I brought up like Bronny and LeBron, and Sean had some pretty like hard stances on it that got a lot of laughs, and Gary had to like almost like calm him down because he was just like. Yeah, but it was all fun and games. We had a good time. I don't know why, Matt. How come you weren't there? Just Sunday night, trying to take it easy.
There are so many things to do in the city of Seattle.
Great, thanks, Matt.
And I'm not going all the way.
No, we're good, man. We're good. Wait, somebody, what did you do?
Oh, I didn't do anything. I just didn't want to be there.
Is Sunday your like chill? What did you just say?
He doesn't like people. And he doesn't like sports. So.
Yeah, hilarious. Wait, what? Have you been to Tacoma before, or are you just trying to avoid the city altogether?
I mean, I've been to Tacoma before, never by choice. I try to avoid it.
I know, right? It's got a smell to it. There's a flavor. It's on the up and up, though. Where do you live? What's your PIN number?
I live over in Magnolia in Seattle.
All right. I don't think anybody believes you. But it was a good time.
You know, one of the cool things was the montage that you put up there. There was a montage of like great alley-oop
top 10
dunks.
alley-oops. It was cool to watch them watch it. And then I said afterwards, I go,
and Calabro going nuts on the calls.
Bro,
you got chills all over.
He said they
again.
used to, and that was, I love that you brought that up because then it was like watching them watch it was cool. And I was just fist bumping Gary a bunch, being like, dude, I don't feel like I've seen highlights like this in the NBA since then. Truly. Yeah. Like the fast break mentality. I mean, how often are you seeing people truly like fast break alley-ooping that? And he goes, literally, as soon as I got out, then Sean would make this noise. He'd go, woo, like that. And that let him know that he was going to be running. And I go, did Detlef ever with his thick German accent go like, whoop, whoop? You know, and like, hey, toss me an alley-oop, guy. You know, that's obviously not a German accent, but like, you know, toss me an alley-oop. And he was like, no, we knew not to throw it up to him or whatever. But he said we were trying to get on SportsCenter every night. They were like trying to actively be top.
Yeah. And how many weeks in a row did he say they did it?
Like, I don't know, 20 or 30? Like every night, I play.
That's hilarious.
He's
I
like,
love that.
And that top 10 list they made, he's like, they didn't even include some of our best ones, but. Sound like you had a question, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You've been pretty quiet over there, Dave. What's going on?
No, I'm just taking it all in, you know, and that, and also I just don't, you know, I don't want to bring anything back. You know what I'm saying?
Dave, your
if I can
shoulders are
help
looking
it,
jacked, by the way.
if I can help it.
You're doing like push-ups?
I'm
or
all
creatine?
fat.
No,
It's a lot of fat.
No, you look jacked.
Creatine.
You know, one of the things about like for the Sonics, I always feel bad is that like they have no place to go. Like, where are the banners and all the memorabilia and is it like in a storage unit or something like that?
Probably.
Or,
That's a great question. Actually,
I mean, you know, and it kind of sucks for them. And you know, if you could get Climate Pledge and put everything back in there, and
it'll be there wherever it's at. It will be at Climate.
You know,
but I
so
mean,
cool.
they must feel like that they don't have a home, right? Like
1,000%. I mean, I think he was. They actively said, Gary especially, that like how cool it was that the Storm like held it down and like kept basketball. But then he's like, you know, Seahawks obviously. People definitely. I mean, I know at least for me, got more involved in Seahawks and Mariners than I was because there was a void of no basketball on the men's side. But yeah, he said he can't wait for him and Detlef and Sean to get their jerseys retired. And I was like, that's pretty cool that they both threw Det in. Like, we were the three that kind of were around and kind of got
the core,
you know, the core going. I actually did. I met Detlef at the Champions of Change like golf tournament thing and chatted with him enough to. I think I maybe asked him if he'd ever do the podcast, and so I got his number, and so I actually texted him yesterday and said, I said, hey, I'm doing the show with Sean and Gary. Would it be cool if I maybe called Jeff halfway through just to like, and in my head I was like, I'm going to call him for like a really quick, like the way that I just cut Matt off and was like, yeah, thanks a lot, Matt. Or that's a good story, whatever it is. I was going to call Det and be like, Det, do you remember this moment? And then have him hopefully be like, oh yeah. And then be like, thanks, Det. And then I was going to hang up unbeknownst to him. But I texted and was like, hey, are you around to call in? And he just texted back, no. No smiley face, no exclamation point. But anyway.
What was the long story you told him? And then at the very end of it, you go, do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. I said, I did a Chris Farley show. I told like this way too long story about going to the Bellevue Square, like Red Robin in the early 90s. And they would have Sonics, come do like just trying to connect with the fans. And they were down there to take pictures, sign autographs. So my mom took my sister and I down to Red Robin. We waited in line for probably 3.5 hours, got up there, and then was ready to get our pictures. And I like Detlef signed my name, and then I was trying to like have a moment with Sean, so I said, he's like, you want me to sign my name? And I was like, no, can you sign Detlef's name? And he was like, what? And I was like, no, you can sign your name. And then he was like, so whose name do you want, man? I was like, I don't know, put my dad's name because he left and I don't have any, maybe I can just see his signature. Like, and then I paused and I was like, so do you remember that when you were at Red Robin? And he was laughing. And then we puffed away.
It was a cool event and we met a bunch of listeners that were out there too. So
yeah, a lot of Wyman and Bob followers.
They had a great time. That was a really cool event. It was packed. It was sold out. Before we get out of here, what do you got coming up? What do you got coming up?
Oh, I'm moving to China to teach overweight children how to do sign language.
Sweet. Found your calling.
Found my calling, and if that doesn't work out, I am going to get an operation. I don't know on what part of the body yet, but just kind of roll the dice.
Wyman is broken up over
Maybe
here.
go sit outside of Demo's house and figure out how to get. Oh, by the way, real quick, I was telling him this. My wife saw a picture of Demo. I think somebody posted a picture of Demo and just like how jacked he's gotten. And I was like down in spring training, when I got to suit up and roast him a bit. And by the way, Rowdy Tellez, how about that, man? I probably roasted him the hardest during spring training and shoot 3 bombs in 3 days.
Yeah. Your roasting worked.
He wants to start a podcast called 2 Cents because he and I are both members of the tribe. And then it's like giving our 2 cents, but also a play on.
Yeah.
All right, and so we'll keep it in. And so he goes, and so I was walking around, and they were like, I think it was maybe Brian Wu who was like, "Oh, you gotta go take a shower. This is you gotta fully become a Mariner and go do your shower experience." And I was like, I don't know what that means. I'm a hard pass, And so then I jokingly go, I'm waiting until Julio goes in, And then they all laughed, and then uncomfortably, and then I did go into the shower because Brian Wu had put the black lines under my
the eye black,
eye black, and then I'm taking it off, and Demo walks out in a towel. And just jacked, dude. And I literally go, oh my God, dear diary. Kind of like because I go, dear diary, I got to see Demo with his shirt off in the shower, and he laughed, and then
it was uncomfortable.
Give a real quick. Somebody's saying, Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil.
Well, look, every time I come into ESPN Seattle Sports, I'm sorry, I don't know when you guys shifted over. Quite frankly, I don't give a damn. Matt Nelson's back there dreaming about strawberry Jello shots. Mike Lefko's in the back, probably looking at some inappropriate websites, but we've all made mistakes. We've all driven way too far out of the way and gotten a $140 ticket for 7 minutes of airtime. But a lot of good things have happened in 7 minutes. Just ask Mike Salk. Now, there is something to be said about 11 minutes, which is how long Katy Perry and the rest of the whodunits spent in space. By the way, why couldn't we have gotten them stuck up there? I mean, Wendy's had it right when they said send them back. And on top of that, I just want to say, Lego my ego, stay in school. Isn't that the guy from Evening Magazine? Who is that?
Yeah. John Curley.
John Curley. Boy, Curley looking like Jay Buhner over there. All right, that's a compliment. He's jacked. He's on the Dave Wyman shoulder regiment. Anyway, take care of yourself. Stop, drop, and roll. And if you find yourself confused and alone in the shower, shave your head. Mike, what are you doing back there? Mike's throwing up gang signs from the early 90s.
Telling us to break.
Yeah, well, Mike, the only thing I'm going to break is your neck if you keep trying to interrupt my stories. We'll be right back.
There you go. Adam Ray, ladies and gentlemen. AdamRayComedy.com.
AdamRayComedy.com. I'll be at the Moore Theater December 19th. We've got a few more Dr. Phil lives. Adam Ray stand-up tour all over the country. Of course, you can subscribe to my podcast about last night. My special, like and subscribe, is on YouTube. It's up to 1 million views. Let's get it to 1,000,001, baby. Come on, Mount Nelson. If you're not going to come see a show live, for Pete's sake, watch something on YouTube that doesn't involve you putting in your credit card number.
Never.
When do the tickets go on sale for the Moore Theater show?
May 6th. Oh, and I'll be throwing out the first pitch at the Mariners-Yankees game May 12th. First game of a 3-game series. Bryce Miller will be on the hill. Probably Luis Castillo after that. And who knows, maybe Emerson Hancock right after that. That's a fun name to say. Emerson Hancock. That's a fun name to say. Also, a fun name to say is Matt Nelson. Matt Nelson. I really like to hit the M and hit the N because those letters are so close together in the alphabet. And, I sometimes just make myself tired just by talking, but that's what happens when you sit at the second table here at Seattle Sports. By the way, you can go to the bathroom whenever you want, Adam, and it's just down the hall. And, well, maybe next time don't be talking on your phone. You won't get a ticket.
Right.
I don't have a buzz.
There you go.
I love you.
AdamRayComedy.com.
By the way, Lefko looking jack, too. Seriously, Mike, I don't know what you're doing, but your clothes finally fit your body. All right, we'll be right back.
There you go. Our conversation with Ryan Rowland-Smith coming your way next. It's Wyman and Bob.
Pass, hard pass. We got a podcast, Bob. Top step. Just get it there.
Seattle Sports.
Pass.
Here you go.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruit.